The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Are we ready? Good. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. At this time, I yield to Councilmember Carlson, who will welcome our guest for the invocation.
Good morning. I'm very happy this morning to ask the pastor from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church to present this morning, Pastor Berhanu Bekele, if you want to stand up. And Fasil Gabramariam is here in the audience. He's been a great leader of the Ethiopian community in Tampa Bay, and also has built ties between Africa and Tampa Bay. If you haven't been to Ethiopian church, just on the edge of town or outside of town, it's a really impressive, historic-looking building. I was lucky enough to go to Ethiopia a few years ago, and if you don't know, Ethiopia has some of the oldest Christian history, Jewish history, and Muslim history, and a lot of other things. And if you've ever seen the movie The Raiders of the Lost Ark, we know where the Ark is. It's in Ethiopia, in a church, and so you can study that. And there's a copy of each of the Ark in each Ethiopian church that's made in Israel, and there's a copy of it that's at this church. Unfortunately, only the pastor can see it; the rest of us cannot. So. Great tradition. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church of St. Mary of Addis Alem, Inc., an Ethiopian refugee. I'm talking about the pastor, an Ethiopian refugee. His ministry focuses on serving his community. Almost all are also Ethiopian refugees. He founded the Tampa Bay Refugee Gardens. The garden began 5 years ago when Reverend Berkele, the priest at St. Mary's, and his congregation, almost all of whom are Ethiopian refugees, bought a former fish farm on 10 acres just south of Leroy Selman Expressway. The hope is to create self-sustaining farmers with crops to sell. The garden has also partnered with the University of South Florida's Departments of Anthropology and Engineering with funding from the Office of Community Engagement and help from student volunteers. Dr. Roberta Baer is studying dietary habits of Burmese refugees, and Dr. Maya Trotz helped build the greenhouses, irrigation, and rain harvesting systems. So if we'll all please stand, do the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, behold how good and pleasant it is when the city councilmen and the women get together in unity and harmony. This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day which the Lord has made, to rejoice and to be glad in it. We pray again for these council members, our city staff, and all of those who work hard to make this place, we can call it home, such a wonderful city. Dear council members, the Lord bless you from Zion. May you see the prosperity of the city of Tampa all the days of your life. Peace be upon the United States of America. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. If we could have a roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Hurtek. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. Maniscalco.
Here.
You have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adopt the minutes from January 11, 2024 and January 18, 2024 for the evening session? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. We will be setting the timer today. Clerk, the 5 minutes per council members. We know that. First, I'd like to read a motion here regarding a request for a closed session. I'm going to hand the gavel to Councilmember Clendenin. This is a motion to add to the January 25th, 2024 agenda a closed session to be held on February 1st, 2024 at 11 a.m. in the 8th floor conference room of Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, in order to discuss settlement negotiations in the case of Dubois versus City of Tampa et al. With the following persons in attendance at the closed session: members of the City Council Attorney Martin Shelby, City Attorney Andrea Zellman, Assistant City Attorney David Harvey, Chief Financial Officer Dennis Rajero, and Certified Court Reporter Sarah Parker.
We have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor? Aye. Councilman Carlson, you like to speak?
Yeah, just, I sent a memo to legal last night, but I think these requests should be put on the agenda or at least submitted in advance instead of walked on. But I would vote yes for the.
Is that something for new business then?
No, I'm just saying that if it is presented as a walk-on, it should be scheduled or put on the agenda so that we are aware of it in advance and the public's aware of it. Thank you.
Okay. So let's do that vote again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
All right, thank you very much. So, going through the agenda here, item number 4, staff has requested that this item be withdrawn. May I get a motion? Councilmember Miranda, second Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Item number 41, we've received an email from the applicant's representative requesting that the item be withdrawn. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. All right, item
I'm sorry,
number,
was
yes?
that item 41, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Oh, okay, we'll withdraw it at, when we get to it at 10 o'clock, so. All right. Sorry about that. Item number. All right, motion rescinded from Councilmember Clendenin and Miranda. So we'll wait till 10 o'clock. Item number 42, there's a time certain for 1:30, and we will take that right after Councilman Vieira's commendation, correct? All right. So we have that. Let's go through some staff reports here. Mr. Vic Bide spoke with our office, and he will be available for 45 and 46 during staff reports. He's in a meeting this morning.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue item 46. The public has asked us to hold off. Several neighborhood associations have asked us to hold this for at least 2 weeks so that they can talk to staff about the impacts to the neighborhoods and how they.
Would that be for 45 and 46? 'Cause
Just
they go
46 for me.
Well, they go together.
Yeah.
And I'm going to disagree with that because the whole point for this is simply to move the money. It's not anything about the project itself.
So the reason though is that we have situations where we have, staff comes before us and they ask us to approve something that's minor. And then afterwards they come back and the political operatives say, well, city council is so stupid they approved this and they didn't know it. The public wants us to stop this at every point. There's been no communication with the public. The first one is just to accept the grant. The second one is to move the money over. And the public has overwhelmingly asked us to do this because they would like to negotiate. There are 2 projects, McDill and Howard, that are going to shut down 3 neighborhoods. And there's no mitigation. A contractor has already been hired, PR firm's already been hired, and they're moving forward on the project, and they've had no public discussions with the public at all. And the public is simply asking for a 2-week delay, which I think is reasonable.
Well, I will support moving 46, but I think we just at least should accept the grant.
I agree. I only want to move 46.
All right. So, Councilman Clinton, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think before we make this determination, we should hear from Vic. I'm inclined to support Councilman Carlson on this for 46, but I think I would like to hear from Mr. Bide first before we make a decision on what to do on this one.
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Councilman
Yeah,
Miranda, were you?
and I agree with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you have your mic?
I
No?
didn't say anything.
Go ahead, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with Councilman Clendenin. I don't have any real objection to moving this 2 weeks, but I do, out of an abundance of caution, want to hear from Mr. Bide whenever he's available, and then I'm sure that will happen, but just out of an abundance.
Yeah, Councilman Carlson, do you want to keep your motion out
Well,
there?
the thing I'll say is that the argument, when we ask to continue things, the argument is always, well, we need to do this urgently. Well, there should be nothing on the agenda that we cannot delay, and the community is overwhelmingly asking us to delay this. And so I would like to hear, there's no justifiable reason, but if we hear, oh, well, we just need it urgently, then the staff should have brought it to us earlier so that the public could, and they should have had conversations with the public earlier.
So do you want to hold your motion till it comes up?
Hopefully hopefully he'll pop up. There may be people in the audience that want to speak on this, and they're going to waste the whole day sitting here. If we're going to hear it, then fine, they can sit here all day, but we may have people online, I don't know, but it will save the public a lot of time if we just continue it now.
Yeah, I'll second your motion to continue number 46.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. This is to continue just 46. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
You know what, let me say this before can we take that?
Wait. I don't,
Vote, please.
let's do a roll call vote, but we have a motion and a second. Councilman Miranda, you want to speak?
Mike?
It makes Mike's on, maybe it's a throat that's not working well. To listen to the council conversation regarding Mr. VJ, we haven't heard from the department. We don't know exactly if there's an emergency there's something that's going to break or going to explode. We don't know anything. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying we don't know. So I would at least wait and the respect to the department head to let him speak what it is, and maybe there's something more to it than we know, or maybe there isn't. But to us to take a blanket think and just say, I've heard from someone, that's fine. But what's the problem with waiting a few minutes more, an hour more, to find out what's going on for factually? That's all I'm saying.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's take a roll call vote.
Henderson?
Nay.
Viera?
No.
Miranda?
No.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
No.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion failed.
All right, we'll hear it when it comes up. The motion failed. All right, item number 47 is going to be heard prior to 40. It all goes in together, so I have that marked. Yes?
If I may?
Yes?
With 47, I mean, can we entertain at this time motions on the timing of this and moving this to another date as it applies to the juvenile curfew? Or are we going to take that at the time? Or?
I think we ought to take this off the agenda.
That's what I was.
Even the TPD report and the public hearing showed that these things are not effective. There's no proof that they're effective. There's probably people here who want to speak out on this. They can save their day if we just take it off the agenda and don't hear this anymore.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I mean, if I don't mind taking that off the agenda, as long as we also take 40 off the agenda.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about this now because, I mean, I will tell you, I've made no secret about what I kind of felt about this curfew issue, but public sentiment has been heard loud and clear. And when we do something like this, you know, as best intentioned as it was, and as common sense as it is that nobody wants 12, 13-year-olds on the street at 2 o'clock in the morning, these things only work if you have the support of the community and you have the support of all the entities, including the administration, behind it. It has to be a multifaceted approach to be able to solve some of the violent crime issues and some of the other issues that we have in the city of Tampa. It just can't be a hit and miss on one issue. So I believe that the time is not right. It would be nice if we had a comprehensive program to reduce violent crime that included a curfew, but that we don't have that at this time. So I would fully support. In fact, I will move to strike this from the agenda.
I mean, that's what I just said.
Wait.
So I'd like that motion.
Councilmember Vieira.
Well, what I would prefer is I don't think we should retreat from any issue at this time. What I think we should do is to, number one, remove this from the agenda today, because I know that we have a lot of people here to speak on this, and I think there is sentiment on council to give this at the very least more time and have the administration return to us with a plan of action in an amount of time that Tampa City Council can discuss to address crime in Ybor City with and all of the above type of an approach. I don't think that we need to retreat on any kind of an idea, but I think we very much heard from the public that we need more time, that we need more engagement on this issue. Councilwoman Hurtak a couple of weeks ago talked about having additional community investments in after-school programs. The administration is moving toward that. I commend Councilwoman Hurtak for her leadership in that regard. I do think that we need to take this off the agenda, but replace it with something that moves something forward, and to have the administration come forward with ideas on this. I think that on all issues, we can't have Switzerland. We can't have people that go, okay, let's have everything on the table. I think that's important.
Who was up first? Councilmember Hurtak, then Carl.
That's item number 48 that we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, 48
That
talks
is exactly it. That's
Yep.
the point, is that
Yes.
we will be talking about activities, and there is a plan. If anyone in the audience could go ahead and silence their cell phones, we'd appreciate it.
That's the-
But yes, so I think that, yes, taking 40 and 47 off, but leaving 48 to have that brief initial conversation that I've been working on, I would appreciate that everyone be able to hear the kinds of things that Chief Bearcaw has pledged, and the things that I've been working on with the community. I'd like to talk about that
Oh,
now.
and if I may just quick, that did not preclude in any way our hearing 48 today, so, and I salute you for that.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, the 40 was just a bad idea, and so 46 is the justification, which we see that there is no justification. 47, sorry. And so taking those two off makes sense. 48 and 50 really go together. Now 50 is the question that Councilmember Vieira just asked, and he made a motion about it in November, and that is, what can the city do to prevent crime? And the answer is, we don't know. The only answer we got in that document, unless they're going to blindside us and present something today, the only answer we got is that we don't know of any grants that we can receive. What I believe the motion was that Councilmember Vieira said is, what do we need to do to protect the people in Ybor City? And there's no answer there. And so what I would suggest is that we continue item 50, take 40 and 47 off the agenda, continue item 50, because we've already asked the question, but we didn't get the answer, and hear the full answer at some point. But in the absence of getting an answer from the administration on 50, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And I think we have ideas on what we can do. The idea to move the $280,000 was Councilmember Hurtak's idea, and we supported it. Unfortunately, none of that made it to the press release. If we were trying to have a collaborative environment, we need to give credit where credit is due. And I think Councilmember Hurtak obviously did the research and looked at that. So in addition to taking those two off today, I would suggest we continue item 50, because we need to get recommendations from the administration. I agree.
Before any motion, I'm going to go to Clendenin, and then Councilman Miranda, you have something to end it with? Okay, your comment, his comment, then we go to motion.
Okay, yeah, revisiting what I said in the beginning was, this has to be part of a comprehensive plan, so it kind of echoes a lot of what we're hearing from my right and to my left. A lot of these items that are on this agenda are again, even piecemeal of this. So, I will have to say, item 50, I was woefully disappointed in the memo that came from the chief on plan, and the plan that we had asked for. I thought it was inadequate, and I was looking for a lot more. That's why I would like to roll. And I think this is something we need to visit in new business. And I think we probably, on several of these items, we should probably roll them together and ask for that from the administration. Because I also want to caution my fellow councilmen and also the public, violent crime is not limited to just one area of the city. There are many areas of the cities that we're seeing some increases, and we're seeing some problematic areas with gang-related violence, with drug-related violence. So there are things that we need to do. We need to have a comprehensive plan to reduce that in every corner of the city. And a lot of these things that we're talking about, curfews, lights, cameras, a police forcing, training, youth programs, as Councilman Hurtak is bringing up to talk about a little bit today. It all goes together. Work programs. I talked to my good friend Connie about having work programs for members of the community. I think we can't forget something like that to make sure that people, these kids have something to do and can earn money and not looking for other alternatives. So this is something I think in new business, if it's not today, then maybe in a week or two, somebody could put some time into it to do a comprehensive motion that asks the administration to come forth with a master plan, something that rolls all of these things together.
All right, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, in reviewing everything that the council members have spoke and mentioned Ybor City 4 or 5 times, I don't see anything other than in 49 where it says about security of parking lots in Ybor City. This is a citywide problem that we have, not only Ybor City. Let's not pinpoint one neighborhood because it's citywide. Crime happens everywhere. Crime has no fences. It's all within the compound of the city of Tampa, all of it. So we're looking at a comprehensive study, not for Ybor City, but for the whole city, including Ybor City. So let me put it that way so we understand that we're not looking at one neighborhood, we're looking at the total amount of things. And yes, I spoke to some neighbors on the phone and in person, some of them, and I did have a lengthy conversation with Chief Burkall. I did have a conversation regarding some aspect of the start of something different. And the only way you can change crime is through education. However, that being said, it's not as easy as we say. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that as an educator and as a parent, for me, our children's safety across every aspect of this city, every single location is of my concern. I just want our kids to be safe, and I wish the simple rule would be for parents to set reasonable curfews for their children, to know where they are, to not rent Airbnbs for them for the holidays or for prom or Gasparilla and contribute to bad behaviors, not to put guns in their hands like a parent's being judged right now in another state. Really, it's our responsibility collectively as a community to protect our children, and that's what I want. I don't think a 7-member body can make a rule or ordinance to prevent a 14-year-old from having a gun. It is a collective issue of us communicating with our children at the school level and in our homes. And that's just what I want to say about it. I really want our town to be safe, and it's okay for you to know where your children are at night, during the week and on the weekends. And it's okay to search their rooms and look for inappropriate things like guns and to ask questions. I just don't believe that this council can make any ordinance to solve a crime problem that we have with our youth.
Thank you very much. And before I take a motion, having heard all the comments, I know it's becoming a lengthy discussion, but I was up this morning early and I watched a speech by somebody that we all know, I'm not going to name, from 20 years ago, and he says there's so much gun violence. And he was saying, what we need is love and bonding and investing in our children, investing in our youth, whether it's after-school programs, and I'm glad that Councilmember Hurtak has brought this up, whatever we can do as a community as a whole, but it has to be a united effort. There's just so much hate and anger, and if you turn on the TV or you turn on social media, there's so much negativity, and it influences people. So a curfew, no curfew, we need to do more, and I think as a city we need to explore all options. We're looking at, I think it was $280,000 to extend the stay and play. We need to look at other community events, other ways that we can, again, invest in our youth. We have to look at this broader. You put a law, and there's laws on the books everywhere. There's drug laws. We still have drug dealing. We can go on and on and on. We need to do something different within the purview of us as a city council and us as a community. So at this point, I'll entertain any motions of continuance.
And may I?
You're going to make a motion?
No, may I
I'm going to
recognize?
make the motion.
Am I recognized? And I'll let you make a motion, that's fine. Councilwoman Hurtak wants to make a motion, that's fine. I'll take the continuance. I did item number 50, but the way I take that continuance to be in terms of my vote will be to put the administration to give us ideas for the Ybor City area. That was the intent of my motion, for an all-of-the-above approach, for all of the number of considerations and proposals that have been made to fight crime and violent crime in that community. Will an ordinance solve everything? No, but that shouldn't stop us from trying, so long as we have community input, so long as we take good measure and have great patience and speak to the community about it. That's the main issue, and that's why I don't think this issue is right for today, no matter how one sees it, because it's clear that we need to have more community engagement on this issue. Without that, it's not right, and I think that's open and obvious for everyone. So again, I'll defer Councilman Hurtak.
Councilmember Hurtak, if you want to make some motions.
I just want to make the motion for 40 and 47 because they do go together, but I just want to say before that, that I'm heartened and proud of this council and the city for not taking the easy way out. And I think the easy way out is simply to have approved this ordinance. The hard thing to do is to actually do the work and provide something for our kids to do. And that's what item number 48 is the start of. And I'm proud that we were able to see through a knee-jerk reaction and instead really invest in what the community has been asking for, and the wonderful meeting that that was held by Chief Bearcaw and others where we got that input. And so I want to say thank you for that. And I move to remove item number 40 and 47
Second.
from today's agenda.
We have a motion and a second, and Mr. Shelby, you wanted to speak, and then Councilman Clendenin.
Well, first of all, council, item number 40 is a public hearing, and it is set for 9:30, and I believe we're about there. But that being said, is it then council's decision by its motion to remove that from the agenda, but still allow for public comment rather than during the public hearing, which is
Do
what
it during
normally
general
would-
public
Doing
comment.
during
Yes.
general, if somebody wishes to still speak to it, they will
That's
have the
fine.
opportunity
That's
for
fine.
general public comment.
That's fine. Is that all right,
That's fine.
ma'am?
That's absolutely fine. And I mean, I think we have like 20 seconds before it's 9:30. So.
Well, Councilman Clendenin's going to speak, so it'll roll into 9:30.
Hey,
9:30 now.
it may go to, it may go to 10:30.
No, go.
One, I would like to add 50, because again, the memorandum that came out to your motion, so if you would agree to that.
I was gonna let Councilman Vieira make the motion because he wants to continue it and have a further conversation. I just want to take these off.
Well, that's what I want to take 50 off too, to roll that into the bigger conversation, so let's take that off and then we can roll it all.
Let's
into the
wait.
bigger.
I'm gonna let Councilman
Separate.
Vieira
Okay.
handle that, if that's okay.
Okay, that being said, I want to emphasize, I don't think any of this was a knee-jerk reaction. I think we are all constantly coming here as 7 individuals and the administration and the great staff that we have in the city of Tampa, looking for solutions. And not one of us, and not within the city of Tampa or sitting up here on this dais, are perfect. And so we're all seeking perfection and trying to do the right thing when we move through these issues. Sometimes, we move the right way, at least in the beginning, we may think so, but, we're constantly open for more information. We're listening to the community. We're listening to subject matter experts, law enforcement. We're listening to attorneys giving us legal advice. And I think it should be applauded that we're able to pivot when more information becomes available. And I think that's what this demonstrates, is this council's not entrenched in one direction, that we're willing to listen to all points of view. And I think that we're constantly seeking the best solution to solve some very serious and real problems. And does anything that we've done today solve a problem? No. But hopefully, as we continue this discussion, and I'm looking forward to Councilman Vieira's motion to look for more of a comprehensive plan to end or to minimize violent crime in the city of Tampa. Hopefully we'll move to that end, and we'll make this a better place for everybody. So I'm glad to see that the council is moving in this direction. I know the public is as well.
We need to invest in our youth, not criminalize them. So, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to removing item 47, as part of that motion, you have some memorandum to be received and filed. Would that be rolled into that as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak. We had a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira. Yes. Miranda. Carlson. Yes. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Vieira, did you want to make a motion regarding the next one?
So my motion on item number 50 is to have it continued and to have the administration report to us on all of the above for potential consideration, solutions for violent crime, as we have been discussing here in Tampa City Council. And I really want a robust response, so therefore I think that a decent amount of time should be given. Council, are y'all thinking about 45 days, 60 days, 90 days?
60 days, 60 days.
Okay, how about the first week of, the last week of March of 2024?
What is the last week of?
Yeah, that's fine. Spring break is what, middle of March?
Yeah, because again, I just want to make sure that we consider all proposals that have been put on. I think all council members have been open to all proposals to varying degrees. I think the major objection has been that we haven't had enough time to, number one, flesh these issues out, to discuss it with the community, and to discuss other alternatives that can be considered along with measures that could be more potentially caustic in nature. So I think that should give us time to consider all these issues.
All right, Mr. Shelby, yes?
Mr. Vieira, with regard to item 50, perhaps, if you're going to be continuing it, if you could clarify, because in terms of notice to the public, it says additional investments in the immediate area, not specifying what that
Yeah.
immediate area
So
is.
that motion was originally geared towards V&M Ybor, and that's the challenge. If I hear council right, we're talking about violent crime throughout all of the city of Tampa. So how about this, council? We can keep this here because it's for V&M Ybor, and I see some of the members of that community here, and that is a new motion, right, that will address violent crime throughout the city of Tampa, including Ybor City. So 50 stays on the agenda, because I do see people here for that item. And that was a narrowly tailored item. So that's an amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Burkoff said that he will not be here today.
Right.
So all we would be doing was be accepting a report.
Okay.
I'm just,
So, yeah, no, you're right. He did say that. So let's,
Can I make a suggestion?
I'm open.
I think that we do need to remove 50 from the agenda. It is limited. We've got, you saw the memo, which, to be honest with you, is
Sure.
not worth anything it's
Yeah.
written on. But, so I think the issues that are contained within item 50 should be rolled into your new business, or your new motion, and have it citywide. I think these issues are important.
Sure,
And I think, just as we talked, as Councilman Miranda talked about, this is not just about Ybor. These issues here are not just about VME either. I mean, these are issues that are affecting many parts of the city. And I think that we need to be on top of this, and I think we need to, as a council, have a comprehensive plan.
So, by the way, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm done.
May I make a suggestion with regard to item 50, in that you see that there are members of the public here? Perhaps after public comment would be an appropriate time. that
Yeah,
you wanna hold
may-
off
So that's what I was going to actually say. That's why I put
All
my.
right, so we're gonna
Yeah, so
hold
I'm going to
50.
hold that off because, again, I want to hear from the public. If people are here specifically for that item, we should have a discussion. We owe it to them. Thank
Can
you.
we go ahead and make that other motion, though, that you just
We
made?
did, it already passed.
No, the one about the future?
Sure. Yeah. So whether or not we remove 50, I hereby remake my original motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, a second from Councilmember Carlson. Yes, Mr. Shelby?
I think we need to have that motion restated.
Yes, sir.
And the date again, please, if you could announce that.
And why don't we do some wordsmith with that so we can get it really right the first time? and then
Okay,
just-
sure. So
Just wait until after
I'll wait
public
until
comment.
after public
Okay.
comment.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So we have 48 and 51. We're still going to talk about the $280,000 and 40, yes.
can I have those heard together?
We can, yeah, I have it here. 48 and 51 will be heard together. So let me make a note. With 51. Okay, we will hear that together. All right, we have item number 53. We have a request from Councilmember Carlson to continue item 53 to June 20th. Is that correct,
So
sir?
moved,
We
yes.
have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Item number 52, at least as of last night, did not have a detailed report, and I did not make the motion, so I won't, I guess I seconded it, but I'll leave it up to Councilmember Vieira. But I think we should continue it so that we get a robust report in advance of this
Yeah, because
discussion.
Tampa Fire is not even in town.
Yeah. So I'm going to continue that actually to next week, when we're going to be
Second.
talking about fire stations.
All right, item
So-
number 52 is being continued by Councilman Vieira till next Thursday, February
February
1st. Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Under staff reports. All right, and then lastly, I have item number 58. Councilmember Carlson wishes to continue this to February 1st and to be heard first under staff reports. Is that correct?
Yes, and the same thing, there's not a backup report, so we
You make
need,
the motion?
yes,
All
I'm
right,
so
motion.
moved.
This is to continue item 58 to February 1st and have it placed first under staff reports.
And let me ask, so the motion is to move item number 58 to what date? February 1st, to put it at first in staff reports, and to receive and file the presentation today, so the public can see it, and to make sure that the full report and presentation is on base by 5 o'clock on Friday, so that, the week before this item, so that the public can see it, which would mean this for.
February 1st.
So it would need to be this Friday by 5, the full report in by this Friday.
I see a thumbs up from Mr. Rogero, so motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda? Oh, Vieira.
Yeah.
All in favor?
We look alike.
Aye. We look alike, yes, ma'am.
No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
Hair-wise, we do.
All right. All right, I'm going to go through staff reports, and then we're going to kick off ceremony and public comment. There is no administrative update, is that correct, Chief Bennett? Chief, no administrative update?
Morning, Council. John Bennett, Chief Staff. Good morning to the public. I do not have one because of the robust agenda, but I wanted to forecast one possibly for next week if Council's pleasure. I've been listening to Council about the CIP viewer, and there was a comment made about parsing some of the information by dollar amount. I think Councilmember Clendenin may have said it, or Councilman Hurtak. And I had GIS work on that, and I saw a prototype the other day. So I wanted to demo it for the public because it's just another way to parse the capital improvement projects through the GIS system. So it would take about 5 minutes. So we'll do that next Thursday.
Thank you very much, sir. Item number 44, would you like staff present? This is Mr. Baird. Staff present for 44?
I don't think that's necessary. Personally, I don't think it's
No?
necessary,
All right.
but
So we will not have Mr. Baird for 44 present. Item number 45?
yes, and
Ye-
6, they go together.
Yes, 45 and 46, we want staff present. We already talked about 47. We already talked about 48. 49?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, item number 50, Councilman Vieira, you're going to bring that up after public comment. Item number 51, yes?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, it goes with, 51 goes with 48.
Okay, item number 54,
Did you want to move that, Mr. Vieira?
do you want to move that till next Friday? 54. I'm sorry, next Thursday? Oh,
I'll move to continue this till next week.
all right, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson to continue 54 to February 1st, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. All right, item number 55.
You know, this is that tough one. I think I'd like to hear from staff on that.
All right, 55 is a yes. Item number 56.
I don't, the memo is sufficient.
Anybody? No?
I would like to, I mean, the memo is talking about how we're going to move forward, and I think the public would probably like to hear a little bit
All
about
right,
it.
yes for
I like to
56.
hear, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right, we have a memo, but still, okay. Item number 57.
Now, item number 57, I have spoken with Mr. Rogero, and we have a memorandum, but what hasn't happened is they haven't had a chance to talk to the county yet. So we were going to continue that item. Do you have a date, Mr. Rogero, that you wanted to? I want to receive and file the report, but then also make a motion to continue until we hear from the county, which, do you have a date or a possible date?
I do, thank you. No, I appreciate it. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. It would be, I believe it's the City Council date of March 7th.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, can I get a motion to continue item 57 on March 7th?
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
That was a good memo, by the way.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank
The
you.
best. Item number 59, yes, we've gotten a lot of emails on this, correct? Item 59, Stephen Benson is a yes? Yes, absolutely. Yes on 59? All right, that takes care of the agenda. Anything else, Mr. Shelby? We shortened it up. I'm just kidding. We're going to be here till midnight.
My comment,
So-
my comments now?
No, let's get a motion to approve the agenda.
The agenda.
Motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Shelby?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council, members of the public. Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. Good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of today's council meeting to address any item on the agenda before the City Council takes official action on an item. A three-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment. Speakers and members of the public are reminded, please, that they are to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks or making or causing disruptive noise or sounds
or displaying signs or graphics. Speakers are also reminded to refrain from launching personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or member of the public. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the city council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the city council's rules may also be ruled out of order and, at the discretion of the chair, may be removed from the chambers for the remainder of that day's meeting. If you're here to speak on item set for a public hearing, for instance, item number 40 has been taken off the agenda, but you can still speak to it during public comment. With regard to item 42, the alcohol beverage suspension hearing for Grand Cathedral Cigars, that is set for sometime after 1:30, and you will have the opportunity to speak to that item at that public hearing at that time. You'll have the opportunity when it's heard later in the agenda. No public comment will be taken later during staff reports. So if it's anything that's on the staff report section of the agenda, now is your time to speak. The time to speak to those items and items on the consent agenda is now during the public comment, general public comment. This is your opportunity to let your position be known to City Council. And finally, members of the public, City Council members should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment. And the public should also be aware that City Council does not take your questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. Again, this is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Vieira. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. It's a real pleasure to be here today. It's an honor to be here today for International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which will take place from 2 days from now, I believe. We have here some very distinguished guests who are here, including Elizabeth, a University of South Florida student and Hillel member, Mr. Jeffrey Berger, who is president of the Tampa JCC and Federation, Mr. Joe Probasco, who is former president of the Tampa JCC Federation, Mr. Mark Siegel with the JCC, Pam Guerin with the JCC, and Sylvie Finesmith with University of South Florida Hillel. Originally, council members, this was going to be to allow a very, very special man and guest to come speak, Mr. Nat Ross, who was a Holocaust and Auschwitz survivor who recently, just before his turning 102 years old, passed on. So unfortunately, Mr. Ross could not be here. Mr. Ross was a gentleman whose life symbolized issues that are so very critical to us here today with regards to Holocaust education, the need to remember and to always commemorate. Mr. Nat Ross was a gentleman who, at the age of 17, lived in a very happy Jewish home in Poland that one day was broken up like so many Jewish homes during that time. He had 9 siblings, all of whom he knew and loved, and a mother and a father. His family was taken. His father would be murdered when his family was taken, and all of his family would be sent to concentration camps. By the end of the war, after surviving Auschwitz and death marches and torture and unspeakable terror, Mr. Ross would find that his mother was also murdered and that 5 of his 9 siblings would also be murdered during the Holocaust. After the Holocaust, Mr. Ross would go on to make a life for himself, including working as a garment worker in New York City, having a family, children, and grandchildren, including a wife of 70 years. He was a very good man. And I would ask, by the way, for our IT department, if you would please, I also sent some photographs of Mr. Ross, if you could put them there for the public. He was a very, very special man, the kind of man that when you knew and you shook his hand and you gave him a hug and you became a friend, it put a duty on you to speak up on issues involving anti-Semitism. He was a man who was passionate about Holocaust education, about anti-Semitism. He knew that we lived in a time of Charlottesville, the Tree of Life Synagogue, and of anti-Semitism, and that's what he dedicated his life to. So we miss him, we mourn him, and we always honor his life and what he stood for. Now, if I may, I hand this off to Elizabeth, a University of South Florida student and Hillel member and granddaughter of a living survivor of the Holocaust. Oh, I'm sorry, you're first. Okay, sorry, Jeffrey. Go ahead, Mr. Jeffrey Berger. Pardon me. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Chairman Maniscalco, City Council members, good morning, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you and to our fellow Tampa residents today. Councilman Vieira, thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you also for your very gracious and thoughtful remembrance of Nat Ross. Mr. Ross was a first-person witness to the absolute worst of humanity, And until just a few weeks ago, he was a living testimonial to the triumph of a strong spirit over indescribable evil. It is fitting that we remember Nat Ross here today in our observance of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. As we say in the Jewish faith, may his memory be a blessing for his family, for his friends, for all of us. This Saturday, January 27, marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This date was selected because it was on January 27, 1945, that the hellacious Auschwitz and Birkenau concentration camps were liberated. Elizabeth will speak more about the camps in just a few moments. The UN General Assembly resolution establishing International Holocaust Remembrance Day urges every member nation to honor the memory of Holocaust victims, 6 million Jews, along with millions of other minorities who were murdered by the Nazis. The resolution also encourages the development of educational programs about the Holocaust to help prevent history from repeating itself. The resolution rejects any form of Holocaust denial and condemns all manifestations of religious intolerance, incitement, harassment, or violence against persons or communities based on ethnic origin or religious belief throughout the world. This inspirational and aspirational message of the UN resolution reverberates even more today than when the resolution was adopted nearly 20 years ago. Friends, as we remember, honor, and mourn the millions of lives lost in the concentration camps, we also have to remember that the Holocaust didn't start with the gas chambers. The camps, the killing fields, the crematoria, and other horrific massacre factories did not spring up in Germany and Nazi-controlled Central Europe overnight. Rather, those horrors were the culmination of a gradually rising tide of anti-Semitism that started well before World War II, first with some racist extremists spewing anti-Jewish hate rants, which then sparked other anti-Semitic actions, which then grew into personal attacks on Jews, which then turned into pogroms against Jewish communities, until finally, when the Nazis came to power in Germany, this Jew hatred became the defining genocidal ideology of the entire Third Reich. This is why the dramatic increase in anti-Jewish hate speech that we're seeing today and the astonishing escalation in the number of anti-Semitic incidents that have occurred recently are very alarming to the Jewish community. We've seen what happens when these waves of attacks go unchecked, but now we know better. Today, as we remember the Holocaust and see yet another rising tide of anti-Semitism in Florida, in America, and around the world, we are standing up and we confirm our commitment. Never again. Michael Eagle, the board chair of the Florida Holocaust Museum and chair of the Florida Commissioner's Task Force on Holocaust Education, often speaks of 4 categories of people in the Holocaust. There are the Nazi perpetrators, of course, the victims, the 6 million Jews and millions of others who perished at the hands of the Nazis, the bystanders, those who didn't perpetrate the crimes, but who didn't oppose them either. And last, but certainly not least, the upstanders, those who recognized the evil that was happening and who stood up for the victims, often at their own peril. As we remember the victims of on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we also remember and appreciate the heroism of the upstanders, those who risked their own lives to save or protect Jews and other minorities. And along similar lines, though fortunately without quite the same level of risk or peril, we recognize and thank you, the members of the Tampa City Council, for being upstanders for our local Jewish community. You passed a strong resolution against anti-Semitism last year, and many of you have been vocal and steadfast partners with us in our fight against the rise of Jew hate in our community. We appreciate your courage and morality on this issue, and we call upon all citizens of Tampa to follow your lead and become upstanders in today's fight against racism, anti-Semitism, bigotry, and hatred. Finally, I want to stress the importance of Holocaust education. As time passes, it is inevitable that we are losing our eyewitnesses to this awful episode of human history, people like our own Nat Ross, who lived through the Holocaust and were able to give us their own personal, first-hand accounts of what really happened. The Times of Israel recently reported that of the 500,000 Holocaust survivors that were alive in 2000, just 20 years ago, half of them have now perished, leaving only 272,000 survivors alive today. Without our survivor eyewitnesses, it is now our responsibility to make sure that our generation and the generations that follow us will never forget the Holocaust. As the UN resolution makes clear, Holocaust education is critical to our primary objective, which is to ensure that never again truly means never again. Our next speaker is a shining example of someone in the next generation who is educated about the Holocaust and who can speak about it from
Please
both
silence your phones. Thank you.
and who is educated about the Holocaust and can speak about it from both an historical and a personal perspective. Thank you, council members. Elizabeth?
Please silence your phones. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
that's happening in New York City right now, you know.
Sir, you'll have a chance to speak. You'll have a chance to speak.
Right as we speak.
You will have a chance to speak. Thank you.
These people should be ashamed of themselves.
You're out of order, sir. You'll have a chance to speak.
They're out of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. As a member of the last generation who will personally know a Holocaust survivor, I felt it was my duty, as one of my peers put it, to take the best trip you never want to take again. My name is Elizabeth. I am a senior at the University of South Florida, and I am the product of survival. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to remember an incredible man and member of this community, Nat Ross. The day I was made aware of Nat's passing, I had just finished bearing witness to the atrocities taking place in Nazi concentration camps across Poland.
Happening now in Gaza.
I'd like to think that his spirit held on until he knew I would come back and continue his legacy. May his memory always be a blessing.
Thank you very much.
I was raised by a Holocaust survivor in a robust Jewish community. My grandmother ensured that we always knew our history, whether it was through the bedtime stories she chose to tell us or the speeches she gave to students across the state. Never again would her voice be silenced. I felt my knowledge on the subject was sufficient. I had been to Holocaust museums. I knew the who, what, when, where, why, and how. For many years, I asked myself why any Jew would willingly step back into a concentration camp, a place that represented the darkest period in not only Jewish history, but human history. And then I was presented with the opportunity to go to Poland. Growing up, I remember my grandmother telling me that it wasn't the cold that would get you, it was the wind and the rain. As I stood on the Auschwitz-Birkenau train tracks, wrapped in my grandmother's thick black fur coat, I finally understood what she meant. It sends a bone-chilling shiver down your spine that I can barely put into words. And yet, the only thought rushing through my head was how on God's green earth did they do this with no shoes, no coat, no scarves, no jackets, and no gloves. I spent a mere 6 hours in this place, when people I know and love had to spend days, weeks, months, and even years in the worst conditions Europe had ever known. It was only after this experience that I fully understood why people take this trip. It is very simple and can be summed up into 3 words. I walked out. This trip was not for pleasure. It was not for relaxation. It was to absorb the resilience and strength of the Jewish people. It was so I could walk out of there with my head held high and an unbreakable Jewish resolve, with an intentionally placed Star of David on my neck for the 6 million who could not, for the 6 million that had no voice, the 6 million whose future was stolen from them, and for the 6 million who could not have a grandchild standing here today telling their story. My name is Elizabeth. I'm a 21-year-old Jewish college-educated woman, and I am the product of survival. Thank you, and I'm Mr. Alhai.
Thank you very much.
And council members, if
Anybody
no
wish
one
to
else?
speak? No?
If anyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right. Item number 2, Councilmember Miranda. Coming up now. It was just the ceremony.
Mr. Chairman, honorable member to Tampa City Council, you know, these things are reoccurring every year, and maybe we become just used to it. But what if they not get the financing accounting office, the certificate of compliance that they've done year in after, what will we do then? So I'd rather have it as a habit, that not being a thing that we do every year. But with this habit, It's a pleasure that the Tampa City Council presents this commendation to you in recognition of receiving the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Governmental Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of government accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment symbolizes a significant accomplishment by governmental officers and its management. It is indicative of the complement and level of a professional demonstrated by your office, and means the City of Tampa, especially in the 35th consecutive year of the City of Tampa receiving this award, and we are all proud of you. 35 years. No one has ever served 35 years for City Council, but they do have a certificate of appreciation for 35 years. So I'm honored to say that, and I have the Chief Financial Officer here to speak about the individuals that work in his office and what happens and how they do it. And this is done in recognition from another agency checking up on us. We don't write our own reports. Someone writes it for us. Mr. Rojero?
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Council. Dennis Rojero, Chief Financial Officer. Very, very proud once again to receive this award. As I've said before, the Government Finance Officers Association is the premier governmental finance organization in North America, and they don't just set it and forget it, as the professionals behind me can attest to. It doesn't get nearly as much attention and discussion as the budget, because the budget is always about what you're going to do in the future. But the financial statements and the criteria that these professionals have to meet are retrospective. Did we do everything we said we were going to do? Are the numbers accurate? I was re-looking at the criteria, refreshing my memory, and full disclosure is bolded as a requirement to receive this award. So it's not the simplest information, but as Councilman Miranda said, we don't write it ourselves. There's anonymous nationwide reviewers that look at financial statements to award this. So congratulations to this team behind me. Again, I have the pleasure of representing them, but it's their efforts that assures you, that assures the mayor, and that assures the public that everything you've said to do with the funding, we're doing with the funding. I'd like to just briefly introduce the Chief Accountant, Lee Huffstetler, and again, congratulations, you all. Thank you very much.
If I may, I like to see Mr. Huffstetler, but I like the rest of the individuals that were compression of this fine group that makes it work so well, just to come in and say their name and of that nature. I want them to be sure that they have something to go back in history. 35 years is a long time, but it seems like a short time when you're enjoying your work.
Honorable Chair, Council members, thanks for having us. Thank you, Mr. Miranda, and thank you, Mr. Rojero. I'll just briefly introduce the team.
I would like for them to introduce themselves.
Yeah, okay. I'm Lee Huffstetler, Chief Accountant. Go ahead, Calvin.
I'm Accountant 2, Calvin Southwell.
Nancy?
Accountant 2, Nancy Harper.
Chris?
Chris Hutchcraft, I'm Accountant 2.
Sabrina?
Sabrina McAdoo, Accounting Operations Manager.
Pamela?
Pamela McCarter, Accounting Supervisor.
And LaPasha?
LaPasha Gibbs, Accounting Technician.
Yes, sir. Of course, there's 40 or 50 more folks back in the office who helped them put the numbers together, but this is the team that puts that 400-page package report together, and I'm proud of their work, and thank you for this commendation.
Council members, I wish, when I took accounting way back, there was one thing I never liked. That was after closing. And they used to argue with the professor, if I have to do it after, why shouldn't I do it before? But these individuals really keep the city going straight financially and stabilizing everything that we do in numbers. So we're all very proud of them. Council?
Yes, sir. Councilman Clinton.
Starting with Lee, can y'all say how many years you've been with the city? Just shout it out.
I've been here 20 years.
2.5.
Over 20.
2.5.
18. Over 30. 2.5.
Well, for those of y'all that have been here for 20 or 30 years, you've seen a huge change in how y'all do your business. Yes. So congratulations for 2.5, maybe not so much, but for those that are the survivors, you've seen this Tampa grow like the rest of us have, and I can't even imagine what accounting for a $2+ billion budget looks like and how complex that is. So congratulations on your achievement again once this year.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Rojero, you, your team, everybody here. Thank you for all that you do. You always make us proud, You know, your job is not easy, but we really, really, really appreciate you, and congratulations.
And here's a presentation on behalf of the city to each and every one of you. I was gonna let Dennis do it, but he's back there counting numbers for next year. Congratulations, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to start public comment with the registered speakers that are online. We'll just wait a moment. We have quite a few registered speakers, and some might be in the room, but I'll call out the names. Pastor, I'm going to start with the online registered speakers first, and then I'll start with you. Is that okay?
Say that again.
I'm going to start with the people that are registered online first, and then I'll start with you.
Yeah, do that.
All right. Madam Clerk, Michael Randolph is the first registered speaker, correct? Mr. Randolph, if you're online, please unmute yourself and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Michael Randolph, and I'm with the West Tampa Community Development Corporation. I do want to talk a little bit about solutions related to Resolution 568 and how this can be used to reduce gentrification on purpose and by design. The two tools that you have in order to solve this problem is the Community Benefit Agreement and the CRA tip. One example of that is the Rome Yard Project, which is a national model that the whole nation is looking at. What the Rome Yard deal does is to increase the number of affordable housing for poor. It increases the number of minority business participants by 40% plus. This is unheard of nationally. The other thing it does to increase businesses' opportunity, for example, the West Tampa CDC is doing what's known as the home-based e-commerce initiative. We're talking about anywhere from 40 to 60 resident-owned businesses being started within the next 5 years. And we're talking about low-income people that will benefit that. The public-private relationship is so key to this strategy. Banks, developers, and financial institutions will be part of this conversation, as well as community development corporations. As you know, community development corporations is seen by the federal government in a special category. That's $800,000 that comes out every year for community development organization to do commercial development, to do affordable housing, etc. Using this $800,000 that's provided by the feds, we can mimic this 10 times, take that $800,000, make it into 8 million, flip it again, make that 8 million to 80 million. I think you see my point. Small Business Administration, banks, developers, and CDCs should be part of this initiative. The most important component to this from the bank side of the table is what's known as program-related investment loans. This is unlimited, untapped money to deal with the gentrification has occurred in our community. Finally, community comprehensive approach to reducing crime. You're right. The country is a tactic and it's not a strategy. West Tampa CDC sees this as a holistic approach. We see it as prevention, intervention, and deterrence as a strategy to reduce crime, and we're using national models to mimic that. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give my 2 cents today.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Lena. Is she online?
Yeah.
All right. If you could unmute yourself and please state your name.
Hi, my name is Lena Vu, and I'm urging all of you to call for fire and the genocide in Palestine and U.S. funding to the settler colonial state of Israel and to stop the cross-training with TPD and the Zionist occupation force. I'd also like to add that if you ever claim that you want to uphold our constitutional rights, then you should be against HB 187 as it infringes on our First Amendment rights. Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and the existence of a state of Israel is indeed a racist endeavor. What else would you call a settler colonial project that is based on the ethnic cleansing of an indigenous population. I literally just watched a video of Zionist colonizers preventing entry of humanitarian aid trucks to Gaza and cheering the blockade while 2 million people are being starved and displaced by their government. You know what happened to the unarmed civilians in northern Gaza who were trying to receive humanitarian aid? They were directly shot at by the occupation forces, and 20 people were killed and 150 were wounded. The Zionist regime has literally normalized the targeting of innocent civilians, and we still haven't said a damn thing. I want you all to deeply reflect and ask yourselves why you would possibly think any of this is okay. Why do you think it is okay to drop tens of thousands of tons of unguided bombs on unarmed civilians? Why do you think it's okay to besiege a hospital and target wounded patients with snipers? Why do you think it's okay that Palestinian men are still digging through rubble with their bare hands for over 100 days straight, searching for people who have been underneath the rubble for days, weeks, and even months? Why do you think it's okay that 2 mothers are being killed every day, at least? Why do you think it's okay that more than 10 children a day lose a limb in Gaza while they have limited medical supplies and no anesthesia? The other day, I watched a video of a father who had to amputate his daughter's leg in his kitchen, again without anesthesia. I've seen a little boy gather pieces of human flesh on the ground into a plastic bag. I've seen people carrying the body parts of their family members in plastic bags. I've seen airstrikes from the occupation fall onto hospitals and kill the people sheltering inside. You can't tell me that if any of this was happening to a group of white people, you would still be silent. And I'd like to end off with a quote from a father in Gaza. He said, "The doctor told me there's a small hope my son is getting better. I left the hospital and came back, and I didn't find the hospital, the doctor, or my son." It is not anti-Semitic to call for a ceasefire. Your silence has let us know that you're genocide apologists and enablers, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Ceasefire now, end the occupation, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Alina. Is she online? Okay. We have Franklin Perez. Is Franklin Perez online? All right, Mr. Perez, if you can unmute yourself, state your name.
Hi, this is Franklin Perez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Franklin Perez, and I live in Seminole and Hillsborough counties. Please rescind all pro-Israel resolutions you have made in the past. Enough is enough. Israel is a Jewish supremacist apartheid state that has been committing ethnic cleansing and human rights abuses against Palestinians for 75 plus years as per reputable human rights organizations. And now you can add genocide, as Israel is on trial at The Hague for genocide against Palestinians. Stop supporting Israel. Stop giving it weapons. Stop giving it money. And condemn it for what it is, an apartheid and genocidal state. Many human rights experts refer to Gaza as an open-air concentration camp. The Israeli apartheid regime's prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has invoked genocidal language against Palestinians in the Gaza concentration camp by referring to an ancient biblical passage in the Old Testament comparing Palestinians to the Amalekites that must all be put to death. Men, women, children, babies. The Israeli apartheid regime's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, has dehumanized Palestinians by referring to Palestinians in the Gaza concentration camp as human animals. Miko Peled, Israeli Jew, son of a famous Israeli Jew general, ex-Zionist occupation forces enforcer, and Palestinian rights activist, has stated that the Israeli army is the best terrorist group in the world. Ex-Israeli Jew Zionist occupation forces pilot Yonatan Shapira has stated that the Israeli army is a terrorist organization run by war criminals. At this point, due to scattered Zionist-only occupier settlements in the West Bank, the only fair solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict is a one-state solution where everyone, Jew and Palestinian, has equal rights. That's what is referred to as a free Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. All U.S. government entities should be pressuring the Israeli apartheid regime to move towards such a free Palestine. That includes the dismantling of the Gaza concentration camp. The refrain that Israel has the right to self-defense is a red herring. The real question is, does Israel have the right to use force to maintain an illegal occupation and apartheid state that commits ethnic cleansing, genocide, and human rights abuses against Palestinians? The clear answer is no. Under international law, Israel has no right of self-defense when it is the oppressor and occupier, while Palestinians do have the right to physically resist and defend themselves against their oppressor and occupier, the Israeli apartheid regime. Our tax dollars should be going back to our own communities, not to support unrelenting bombing and genocide in Gaza. No more money for Israel's crimes. I request that the Tampa City Council introduce a resolution to stand with Palestinians in demanding an end to the siege of Gaza, a permanent ceasefire, and an end to all U.S. aid to Israel. Military, economic, political. Ceasefire now, ceasefire now, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is, all right, thank you. Lama is the next speaker. Online? No? Okay, because I know some people are here in person. So Sharisa Stepp is another speaker? No? Tatiana Morales is? All right. Yes, ma'am, if you could unmute yourself and state your name.
Hello, Council. Tatiana Morales here, one of the chapter leads of EMB Tampa. I wanted to shift the conversation a little bit toward housing, just because the future land use assessment and what your decisions on housing are truly going to determine the future of Hillsborough County in a very direct way that your roles really are going to impact so many thousands of people. So first, I want to invite you all to the Homeless Memorial Service on February 5th at 6 p.m. at the Portico, because 109 people in 2023 have died on the streets of Hillsborough County. And I want you to all think last weekend when it was 39 degrees and I had to buy a space heater for my home, and I wondered about my homeless neighbors next door that they were freezing in our community. And when we look at the future of Hillsborough County, I want you to look at your staff that has worked incredibly hard, that has gone to every community and has gone over and over again, has taken pictures of our faces in the community and said, we need to pass a pro-housing agenda. We need to actually look at our housing, look at how we failed in the previous comprehensive plan, and actually look to what we can do in the future. We as a chapter organized a petition 5 days ago, and in 5 days, we've gotten 189 letters that have gone to all of your inboxes about housing. And if that doesn't say that there's a housing crisis, and along with all the data from the staff, I don't know what else we can do. And what I want you guys to really sit with is, if you're wondering, what can I do to make my community a little bit safer, a little bit happier? It's getting those kids that I know that are homeless on our streets into homes. It's helping your children in the future actually get into homes. And the plan we have right now will not do that, but the plan that we are trying to pass, that the community that our staff is trying to present to you, wants a better future. So all I can say is, please look at what you can do. Look at what the Land Development Code and the future land use and the comprehensive plan is telling you, and accept the changes, because the changes aren't going to put a massive apartment complex in every neighborhood. The changes are going to allow the density that would allow the city to grow and not allow the city to squander. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Humera is here in the audience, correct?
Well, I came in person.
Okay, so you'll be speaking in person. Is Fran Tate online? If Ms. Tate could unmute herself and please state her name. Ms. Tate, if you're online, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chairman Escaco. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Okay, very good. I am Fran Tate, East Tampa homeowner and president of the Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association and Crime Watch. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
I have the permission of the association to speak on its behalf pertaining to agenda item number 47, the juvenile curfew ordinance. We had a 3-minute speech, which I scribbled through, to talk on the item and to explain why we did not support the ordinance. We appreciate Council's decision to remove item 47 from today's agenda. We wholeheartedly agree that we need to keep our children safe, and we can accomplish this, or at least attempt to accomplish it, through working more diligently with parents through education, as Mr. Miranda stated. Incorporating consistent roundtable talks to include clergy, social organizations, and mental health professionals. We can offer more programs that will keep our children off the streets and out of trouble, as Councilwoman Henderson spoke of. I'm speaking of programs like midnight basketball, which we used to have, over at the NFL Yet Center. Maybe offer weekend baseball. Gymnastics will soon be offered at the Pharaohs Complex. The Skills Center will be available for our children. The Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association had to cancel their Wellness Walk and Public Safety Summit, but it's now back on, and we're inviting the entire community to come out on Saturday, February the 10th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. to the NFL Yet Center located at 3310 East Lake Avenue. A flyer will soon be uploaded to our social media and distributed to all of the recreation centers. Thank you so very much for listening to me, and we look forward, Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association looks forward to working more diligently with City Council. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker I have is Caitlin. Is Caitlin on? No? I have Alex Shaler on, but she's only here if there's questions on item 33 as a consent agenda item. Did anybody have any questions? No? All right, so we'll go past Alex Shaler, and the last speaker I have is Adrian Rodriguez. If Adrian is on, please unmute yourself. That's the last registered speaker that we'll go to in person. Is Adrian on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Adrian Rodriguez. I was born and raised in Ybor City, 33605 to be exact. This knee-jerk reaction from the mayor and her administration has led to, unfortunately, it has found its way to council. And I do want to thank you all for taking the time to postpone this or take it off the agenda, because I felt that you needed to be more informed about the data, research, and also to reach out to parents, the community, the police, so that if you do vote on it, that you make a well-informed decision. As we all know, this is not a curfew problem, it's a gun problem. 2 hours after the Blake High School Summit, there was a shooting in Ybor City. It was a 26-year-old. So it's obvious that Tampa does have a gun problem. Curfews don't work, as you probably already know. Data supports this. Juvenile curfews result in increased racial profiling. And we did have biking while black. We don't want walking while black. Also, it strains relationships between the youth and the police. And my niece is a Hillsborough County Sheriff, and I would never want anyone to hate my niece or any officer because they wear a uniform or because they're doing their job. So let's talk about transparency. Is it possible that we not only have a gun control problem in Tampa, but we may have a TPD problem? I had a very unpleasant interaction with a TPD officer in Ybor while making a turn the other day, which resulted in my seeing firsthand how this officer interacted with the public, and to the point where I filed a complaint with Internal Affairs, and I've asked for them to go through his body camera footage of not just me, but others, to see how are these police interacting with the community and with the youth. And I know they're trained, but are they implementing that training? And last but not least, some very disturbing information was told to me by a friend of mine last week. When the shooting broke out, where were the police? Where were they? Okay, because I was told there were 11 police standing in a group 1 block away from the shooting while innocent people were being shot. So when this investigation is over, I asked that council please access that video so the public can see where the officers were at the time of the shooting, and it possibly could have been preventable. We'll never know. But at this time, I think that we have a TPD problem in Ybor. They're not where they're supposed to be. If you're standing in a group and you're not spread out,
Thank you very much,
you
ma'am.
can't really do your job effectively. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. All right, that concludes registered speakers. We'll go to in-person. Pastor Williams, go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Pastor Frank Williams, located at Paradise Missionary Baptist Church, 1112 East Scott Street. And I'm here today to somebody come around to my church and put a lock on one of my gates, my door. And I want y'all to look into it for me. Y'all that cable are looking into it. I can't even get back in my own church. The devil is busy, so my mama used to say. But I can tell you some more than that. He's alive. Very alive. You know, we've been mistreated so long, so we take it now as if it's common. No, we are still human beings. When they were calling us niggers, and they still is, we still a human being. And we got to give God the glory for bringing us thus far. I don't know whether y'all gonna look into it. I told them my address at the church is 1112 East Scott Street. Some of y'all look into it, please. And they got a lock on, took my lock out and put their lock in there. Well, I wanted to hurt somebody, but I ain't got that kind of spirit. God has been so good to me, I just got to let y'all know. You know, I told y'all about 2 years ago that I was writing a book. But my book is not completed yet, but I'm trying to wait till the election come up, because I got a lot of more information to put in there. But there's going to be one on the book. I'm going to have to put a lock on it and keep the little children from reading it, because there's going to be some X-rated and everything, and there's going to be some killing, murder, and all that good stuff, which y'all think is all right. But we got to read, want y'all to read it for yourself. I wonder why. I don't know why people be wanting to get hold of me, but I get a lot of calls like this here, and they cursing me out, calling me a nigger, catch you around in church, we're gonna put you out and all that stuff. But that stuff don't put no fear in me. When God get ready to call me home, I'm ready to go home. I need to get out of this racist nation. Y'all don't care about nobody, don't care about the Jews, don't care about the niggers, don't care about the hungry, don't care about the poor folk, don't care about nobody but yourself. I don't think you can really care nothing about yourself. But the thing about it, we care about ourselves. And we got to keep on worshiping and praising God the days, all days of our life. That ain't my phone ringing. Hey, cut that thing off, man.
Thank you very much.
Shoot.
All right, yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
When it's time for me to sit down, I'm going to sit down. But I want y'all to understand.
Thank you very much.
The book that I'm trying to get published, it's going to have everything in it. It's going to have racist people, have comments from different people.
Thank you very much.
About to get it finished, yeah. Don't thank me yet. Let me get through.
Sir, your time is up, and we have a lot of speakers. Thank you.
But you listen at all them people on the telephone talking to you and
Then they have time
buzz me
limits
out.
too.
That's why I didn't want to be first, because I figure y'all will give me more time. Y'all need to
Yes,
give me
ma'am.
more time. I'm handicapped. It take me a little time to get up here. That's why I sat on up here, hoping. But y'all want to run me out of here. I want to hear what
Okay, well, there's a timer. Yes, ma'am. Please. Go ahead.
Oh, Lord.
Good morning.
Good morning. I was in a good mood, but all this sad news.
Please state your name, ma'am.
I'm Sally Yasili with the Volunteer Missionary Society. And I would like to have a few minutes. I'm going to cut everything short, but I do want to come to the highlights. Happy MLK, happy Kwanzaa, happy Black History. And God, please have mercy on us and the other people that needs peace, mercy, and happiness. Oh, the spirit is. But I would like to say thank you for neighborhood sponsor for our Saturday activities. It's past, but we had a good time. I'm gonna just make it short. I haven't seen y'all since Christmas. I just made it a time for sacrifice and staying in. I didn't give nobody my phone number. I just wanted to be with God and ask him, Lord, would you please have mercy on us and make something work? But We had a neighborhood sponsor. His name is Mr. McMoney. And he gave the kids in our neighborhood a wonderful good time. I had to come and see about my kids today. I didn't want to. I said, Lord, what I'm going to say? So I just want to talk a little bit about our sponsor in the neighborhood. I was playing horseshoe with one of the kids. I let them all line up in front of me. They won $100, 75, 25, and everybody left with something, hula hoops and money in their pocket. And this is what young people need. And the senior adults, they was hula hooping. We had a wonderful good time, and I was like, I used to roller skate and all that when I was younger, down by the railroad tracks where the road was smooth. And I would like to thank him for the RISE group, for his in-kind sponsorship. Mr. McMoney, he does taxes, and we had a lovely good time. And I was feeling sad, saying, oh, God, you forgot about me. I let the kids line up. I said I didn't win, but I did. Because there was peace in the air and everything else. I'm about to get through, sir. Give me 3 more minutes. And I would like to thank Mr. McMoney. He's you've seen the building. It's sitting there empty. And I said, God gonna make a way. Don't worry about it. And we really had a good time. And I would just like to thank Mr. McMoney again. He helped me with my 501c3 taxes. And I want that empty building. And my name wasn't on the, excuse me, sir.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't on the funding list. But yet it's still, I'm the donor, senior donor of the year.
Thank you very much.
And from senior, the senior recognition say, Coming Home Foundation is thanking you, those general Americans.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, and I would like to say, I am the senior donor of the year. Y'all saw me sitting out there doing my service, giving out dollars, and it all paid off.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we also have the American Bible Society for Military
Ma'am, I
Bible.
have the next speaker.
I know
Thank
it,
you
sir,
very
but can I have a minute, please?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, but I want y'all to know, y'all need to do better and get our community straight and have a day of accountability for what's happening to our children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Next
very
speaker,
much.
Please state your name.
And bless the Jews and everybody fighting. Have mercy, Lord.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Yes. Oh, I didn't get now.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Just ask them to bring up Alma.
Could you bring up the,
Yeah, they're going to bring it up on the main screen. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Please state your name. You have
good
2
morning,
minutes.
City Council. My name is Sandra De Diego Sanchez, and I'm here to speak on number 59, which is an update on the 2045 Comprehensive Plan. I have concerns, starting with the bonus density. I've made a little chart here to show you that if 640 units were built at market value and 10% of it would be affordable, we would get 64 units. 20% would get 128 units. Remember, we're looking for 23,000 affordable housing units. How many market value units need to be built to equal 23,000 affordable units? While the market values units grow significantly, affordable housing grows at a stale pace. The developers will be receiving huge tax breaks and rebates. Really, we lose millions of dollars in exchange for a few affordable units. We have already seen the confusion with the misinformation that was handed out by this administration on affordable housing. Let's make sure we have the numbers right to make the right decisions. Remember, for 2 years, the housing numbers were skewed because of COVID. So really, the only valid numbers might be for the year of 2023. You should also be looking at the same data from the county to get an overall picture of our needs in this community. We know that many neighbors that work in Tampa live in the county. The county may have 30,000 new units being built. We don't know, but it would be nice, it would be a good number. Do we really need to push for more market value units to get a few affordable housing units? Just a thought. I strongly suggest that you read this morning's Tampa Tribune. Pasco County has taken a look at the tax incentive and rebates. They cannot afford it. Can we? It is in regard to live local, but the issues are the same. I would hate to see the city of Tampa have to initiate a millage increase because we gave back too much money in tax rebates. The new comp plan proposal is complex, including a very complex application process. Then there is the need to hire folks to keep track of the 30-year commitment, making sure that those units remain affordable for 30 years. Wouldn't it be everybody's advantage if we kept things as they are, let the developers continue to do what they are doing, and have those regular taxes go directly to affordable housing projects where 100% of the units would be affordable? These programs are just going to slow down the building process. Speak to your constituents and make them understand the gamble that we must take. Delay this if you must. The potential for losing millions of dollars in revenue is real. Let's do it right. Please don't rubber stamp this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
I'm only going to use the Elmo near the end of my presentation. My name is Patrick Chimino. I'm the president of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I'm humbled by the issues brought before you today. Nevertheless, I want to talk briefly about the Howard Avenue stormwater project. Our major concern is pretty much the lack of community engagement by the city departments. We did get some limited engagement thanks to Councilman Carlson, but other than that, there's been little to no outreach until just now. We support the grants. We support the allocation of those grants, but we want you to condition them on some of the challenges that are faced and the opportunities that we can take advantage of here. That's critical. So, and I'm not going to delineate what was in my letter, but everything from operational stuff, timelines, detours, how to advance pedestrian and bicycle activity. We need to preserve things like Bristol and address the chronic problems many of you all already know of about Deacle, Hills, DeSoto. This is a great opportunity. One thing that is void for a lot of the city staff is they don't realize the level of activity some of the community organizations have. We participated with money, time, and energy on renovating and maintaining Byrne Park, which is right in this area. We spent, I put on the projector, we paid money in the last 10 years to have a vision plan. This is looking south on Howard, and that's by Burns, to give ideas. We've invested in this. This is the community investing, and we want to have recognition of that. So my recommendation is, and I respect you all have a lot of pressing issues, press the city to condition community engagement in addressing what are real problems for that community. And that's not unique to us. We know how to jog a little bit, but anyway, I really appreciate your time. You all are our representatives. You're the closest we have to the city, and we really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my voice is not too good, but my name is Pam Canella, and I'm here in reference to the number 46 on the agenda. When I called yesterday to find out about this South Howard flood relief project on the agenda for today's voting, I wanted to know why the neighborhood residents are just now finding out about it. I was told something about public outreach. I asked, what is that? So I looked on the website, the city website. I found Community Engagement and Partnership Department, and this is right out of the website, I'm reading it word for word, serves as the mayor's main liaison to the neighborhood associations as their voice of City Hall. Their outreach efforts include meetings and public forums. My question is, so when did all this happen? So I'm here today to ask you to take a step back and reach out to the public. There are many residents who have questions and need answers. Can we ask for a continuance to give the public that opportunity? Now, I'm here today to ask for that, and I have plumbing issues of my own at home, so I'm a little upset that I had to wait. But that's all I have to say, and I hope you give us that continuance and we get the public involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, ma'am, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yvette Lewis, President of the NAACP Hillsborough County Branch. Broken promises from the city of Tampa. We're doing this for safety. Biking While Black was for safety until Tampa Police Department turned it into something bad that targeted a particular area of Tampa. Renting While Black was for safety until Tampa Police Department turned it into something bad by evicting innocent families. Now, here we go again, in the name of safety. This curfew, Walking While Black, has the potential of turning into something bad based on the past practices of Tampa Police Department that targeted African Americans in the city of Tampa. The city of Tampa needs to be proactive instead of reactive. There is no place for teenage children to go in their neighborhoods. We have asked the city for a summer youth program for 72 teenage children. We got 30. We asked the city for a meaningful experience other than picking up trash on the streets. We got nothing. We asked them to expand the program a year long. We got nothing. The city of Tampa places more value on punishing than safety. Broken promises from the city of Tampa. Resolution 568 was signed in 2020, apologizing for slavery, Jim Crow laws, redlining, unequal education, and disproportionate treatment at the hands of the criminal justice system. Broken promises from the city of Tampa. It has been documented that the land was stolen from African Americans cemetery owners by the city of Tampa and covered up. It is time to right this wrong. Broken promises from the city of Tampa. In the city budget, the NAACP Empowerment Center was given an increase, I was told, by city staff. Throughout the whole year, we're working on this. As of today, the NAACP has not seen 1 penny. I was told by city staff last week that the NAACP has a contract with the city of Tampa. However, when I spoke with most city council people, I discovered that city staff stated to them that we didn't have a contract. Maybe one day we'll find out the truth. Broken promises from the city of Tampa. Give me 3 seconds.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
promise I'm gonna finish. I have seen city council at many Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. events in the past few weeks. In the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, Tampa has defaulted on its promissory note, Resolution 568. Instead of honoring 568, the city of Tampa has given African Americans a bad check. A check has come back marked insufficient funds. But the NAACP Hillsborough County branch refused to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt.
Thank you very
Broken
much.
promises.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, please state your name. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Valerie Bullock. I'm a member of the NAACP, lifelong member and homeowner in East Tampa. I'm gonna talk about number 58, number 45 on y'all agenda, and I'm gonna tie it into the resolution. I am a Resolution 568 member also. This is from the City of Tampa, City Council members. Those of you all who wasn't on board at the time, you grandfathered in. a resolution acknowledging Tampa's history, which contributed to a complex system of racially motivated discrimination against African Americans, formally apologizing to all former and current African American residents of the city of Tampa for any and all past participation in the damage this shameful history has caused, declaring support for the creation of a reconciliation commission with the mission of studying and developing proposals to redress the enduring negative effects of the institutions of slavery and the subsequent systemic discrimination directed at Tampa's African American residents by promoting racial and social equity, providing an effective date. Well, we can start right now with Resolution 568. On y'all agenda number 45, you have over $10 million for South Tampa to work on the Howard Street projects. Okay, what can we do about it? You got Team Clean. You got the young youth in East Tampa picking up paper. How about we turn them into Team Entry-Level Construction? Why can't they get a job down there, entry level, that they can be taken out of poverty, that they'll be able to rent one of the 2-bedroom apartments in Tampa that costs $18,000 a month? That's a good start. We need training, and it's other issues we need in East Tampa. We need jobs. We don't want to flip burger. We don't want to make up beds. We want careers. All right. Other people come from other countries. They have generational wealth, which they is able to establish. The black people in East Tampa, we have never been given that opportunity. And we'll like that opportunity. According to y'all resolution 568, the one that you all said you wanted to remedy the situation, well, let's start right now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Connie Burton. Good morning. The Atlantic slave trade and the pain from that continues on even from 1619. I want to say this morning very clearly that I stand with the Palestinian people. That there's no way you can see harm, pain, suffering, destruction of a people and remain silent. But the way you continue to remain silent is that you run from your responsibility. We are opposed to the curfew. We say only people that have lived in this pain can address these issues. We support your good effort, but we do not want that $288,000 coming from the police department to go into the same old hands. If it had been working, we wouldn't be here. We have been dealing with social issues, social problems, manipulating poor women's black families, only to see the numbers on the paper and the problems continue to exist. We believe that in your city budget, every week you have an opportunity to say how you, as the leader of this city, will ensure that we have equity. We don't have anything to pass on to our children. We don't. Because we are working at mittens, at labor costs, and at jobs that don't lift us out of poverty. We see programs being administered from this city government that gives the appearance of help, but right now we are spectators in our own community. So when we say that resolution 568, and it ain't going nowhere, it's gonna follow you into your next political venture because you signed it, you supported it, and we're gonna mandate that you live by it. We want equity, we want justice, we want opportunity. We want to see every time you pull this city council agenda together, that if the mayor don't have no understanding of it, you be courageous enough to say economic opportunity is a benefit to all. You said in resolution 568 that you understood to now the suffering of African people. All people are suffering, but you identified race, and class. We expect to see movement on Resolution 568 moving forward. Do not do anything, do not form a commission if it is not the legitimate voices of the Black community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Uhuru Mentiznot. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili, and Mentiznot means anything's possible. Anytime my mother-in-law and her family comes to my house in large numbers, I invite the strippers to come to the house also, because I show them how I get down. We have a Palestinian issue that's horrific. And their city council invited some people that's violating people all over this world, and especially in Gaza, and invite them here to give them some kind of commemoration award. That's as nasty as you can get. Won't give a resolution in Palestine. Won't give a resolution in reparations.
All right now.
But somehow you find it in your heart and in your way of thinking to offend. It's not that Palestinian people are getting offended. It's humanity that's getting offended.
That's right.
And they showing it on live TV and they laughing about it. Those people talk about 6 million Jews. It wasn't 6 million Jews in Europe when this thing happened. 27 million Russians got murdered during that situation. And occupied Palestine, which the word Israel that don't comes out of my mouth, slap myself when I say it, is a colony of white Western civilization. Yeah. It's the biggest colony. People talk about 1948. Let's go back to 1927 Balfour Agreement and that Balfour letter and all that. Let's talk about the things that's important in life. This city council needs to stand up like human beings and make a resolution, say something about what's going on in Palestine. Yeah. My interest is reparations and child support. But sometimes I have to turn left or turn right to talk about what's important, because when you see it, it lets you know you're not a human being if you can't say something about it. White people can see you kicking a dog and turn your MFing ass to the police, and you're going to jail. And they already murdered over 50,000 Palestinians in a 2-month period. And all the white folks' mouths silent and closed. And they want the taxpayers to support that. It's time to stand up, this city council, and say something against what's going on in Palestine.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please state your name. Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's Dave Coleman, and I'm from North Tampa. But I grew up in the old days when a lot of people in the city are crying, oh, we need things the way that they were with this curfew thing. But I grew up with the words, cheese at the cops. You know what that is, Charlie? Let's get the heck out of here. I started several years ago attending over in Reagan Park and other places the Stop Gun Violence initiative meetings that were started by Chief O'Connor. And she was demanding trust from the public. And I kept asking her, stop demanding trust, you got to create it. And I'm standing there in front of the majority of the people, and a number of you were there at those meetings. And those meetings involve people, families of victims of gun violence. So who the hell am I over there telling them how they got to do it? Well, the fact of the matter is that I kept crying for things like a call program over in St. Pete to earn respect, to community police. And lo and behold, O'Connor's out, and in comes our new chief. And all of a sudden, I hear things like community policing, and it was Captain Richardson over in Reagan Park. He said, I'm going to tell my officers to get out of the car, and if they don't get out of the car, I'm going to go teach them how to get out of the car. And I'm watching community policing begin to grow up. I sat in a meeting in Sulphur Springs, TPD Tuesday, and a grandmother said that she walks her kid to school off from Sulphur Springs every day, and the kid is terrified walking even with the grandmother to school. And the response from TPD was, we'll have a cop there tomorrow. We're going to walk to school with you. That's community involvement. This business of profiling and illegally, I would imagine, detaining kids, and a few of them, and all of a sudden CPS is involved, and all they might be doing is what Tallahassee's asking kids to do. Work 30 hours a week up till 11 o'clock at night. And then in the other room up in Tallahassee, they're saying, these kids can't have social media. And you got to figure out the wisdom between those two things and decide what's right for Tampa. In the last few minutes I have, you tell me I'm in the wrong place, but the system is broken. We got THHI, we got Tampa Housing Authority, we got the county comp plan, and we have Live, Grow, Thrive, and they're all of these separate entities. Fact of the matter is that Hillsborough County is ready to present the findings that they have been researching for the past year and a half, and nobody is showing up out of 1.5 million people. And you pay taxes in Hillsborough County. I know you all do because I've been asking and I found out. And nobody is showing up. And there are two really important meetings coming up involving the 10-year comprehensive plan that you need to get your staff or somebody involved with and go get some of that $9 billion with the $2.3 billion that's sitting in a savings account.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Shihab Ahmed. Council members, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to tell you about a great American by the name of Robert Hutchins. Born in 1899, Hutchins quickly rose to become the youngest university president in America when he became the president of the University of Chicago at the young age of 30. During World War II, Hutchins was commissioned to write about the responsibility of the press. The report, titled A Free and Responsible Press, highlighted how the commercialization and the personalization of the press would create a polarized and selfish political climate. And I think most of us here can agree that the press has contributed to the polarization of our political sphere. During his tenure at the University of Chicago, Hutchins vigorously fought for academic freedom and the right for open discussions, mentioning that it was necessary to discuss any problem that presents itself, regardless of whether it is unwelcome, disagreeable, or even wholly offensive. This commitment to academic freedom was a cause for controversy when he refused to censor discussions on campus regarding communism, leading many to accuse himself of being a communist. I find this to be relevant today, where hundreds of thousands can go to march in D.C. and demand a ceasefire and the entrance of humanitarian aid and still be labeled as anti-Semites, terrorist sympathizers. Hutchins also spearheaded an effort with Encyclopedia Britannica to produce a 54-volume set titled The Great Books of the Western World, of which the first volume, in my hands, is an essay written by Hutchins titled The Great Conversation. In it, he laments that in America, quote, propaganda beats down on the citizen 24 hours a day. And this was 80 years ago, before everyone had a phone ringing and dinging in their pockets all the time. And if that was the case in the 50s, I find it even more true today. So if we conclude that he was correct in his assessment of the problem, then we should also seriously consider his suggestions for the solutions. Hutchins reminds us that democracies and republics do fall. And when a democracy falls, it leads to tyranny. We saw it in Rome. We saw it in Nazi Germany with the Holocaust, and we're seeing it right now in Israel. Hutchins asks us to be educated, not only in the what, but also in the why. He asks us to dig deeper into the history and the future and what our part is in it. He asks us not to simply parrot and echo words that we hear, but to distinguish truth from falsehood. And this is my ask, first and foremost to the council, but to all of us present here as well. Just as Councilmember Miranda mentioned earlier regarding the curfew, we need to be educated. So let us educate ourselves on war crimes of Israel and our money that's being used to fund it. Never again means never again for everyone. To conclude, I'd like to read an excerpt from The Great Conversation. So Montesquieu said that As the principle of an aristocracy was honor, and the principle of a tyranny was fear, the principle of a democracy was education. Thomas Jefferson took him seriously. Now we discover that a little learning is a dangerous thing. We see now that we need more learning, more real learning for everybody.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Omar Al-Hawari, and once again, I address you today urging your leadership on a matter of importance to our community. I implore you to pass a resolution urgently calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, recognizing the ongoing genocide that has plagued the region for 110 agonizing days. The extreme situation in Gaza demands our immediate attention. The onslaught, which has escalated into a horrifying genocide, requires our city to stand up for the principles of peace and justice. In the past 110 days, over 20,000 innocent civilians have been murdered, including 11,000 children. A child is killed every 10 minutes. 2 mothers are killed every hour in Gaza. Can you imagine if that was your mother, sister, or wife? What would you do? What would you want the world to do? In our community, the impact of the genocide in Gaza is felt deeply. The community, as you have heard, has deep connections to Gaza and has experienced an alarming surge of Islamophobia here locally. We have stood before this City Council for weeks urging you to support the U.S. Congress House Resolution 786. The resolution calls for an immediate ceasefire, unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, and restoration of the essential services such as food, water, electricity, and medical supplies. 95% of the people facing starvation across the globe are in Gaza. Our community looks to the City Council for guidance and leadership as their elected public servants. We understand that a resolution calling for a ceasefire is not binding, but the bare minimum of our community is demanding of you is your voice joining the global call for a ceasefire. By voting in favor of a permanent ceasefire resolution and against the proposed curfew in Ybor, you demonstrate a commitment to the well-being, safety, and rights of the people you represent. By standing with the people, you choose justice. Don't stay silent, because history will remember.
Yes. Silence.
We want a free Palestine where Muslims, Christians, and Jews can live in peace just like they used to before the Zionist occupation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Aida Machkic. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm a genocide survivor and a war refugee. You've heard my comrades, my colleagues speak about statistics. You've also heard us educate you, as Brother Shihab has said about education and importance of it. So you've heard numbers, you've seen pictures, you've heard us. So today, I'm going to start with a quote from Bissan. Bissan is a journalist in the Strip who has been reporting and showing us in real time, live, the genocide in Gaza. Yesterday, January 24th, 2024, 110 days, I'm quoting. This might be our last call. We are dying. Gaza is completely collapsing. In dozens of raids, 3 hospitals were besieged in Khan Yunis. People killed in the bombing were buried in front of our eyes in the hospital yard due to the tanks blockading the streets. Wounded were on the ground without any treatment, and there was not enough medical staff. We are facing hepatitis and intestinal disease in the southern part of the Strip and starvation and death in the northern part of the Strip. Yesterday, people in the northern Strip began grinding animal feed into flour. End quote. 110 days yesterday. 110 days of American money, our taxpayer money, funding this genocide. 110 days of pervasion of anti-Semitism to mean anti-Islam or anti-Israel or anti-peace here in our own state by legislature being introduced. Here, locally, USF, SJP, other student body groups being shut down. Here, locally, our First Amendment rights being stripped away. 110 days of alarming increase in Islamophobia. Black, brown Muslims are being spit on here, locally, in Tampa. Women with their scarves getting their hijabs removed. Healthcare professionals being terminated for simply stating ceasefire, we want an end to an occupation. 110 days of American people, your constituents, rallying for a halt to the madness, even in symbolic gestures like a resolution. 110 days of constant advocacy while we watch our families slaughtered and captured live on social media right in front of all of y'all's eyes, and we're expected to continue business as usual. 110 days of our political system failing us. And I want to remind folks here, this is rooted in racism. From Ebor's proposed bill curfew, where clearly black and brown communities would be disproportionately affected, to your deafening silence on a genocide that you are all witnessing, hearing about live for 110 days. Now, we have not stopped. Our calls have not faded, as is evident in this room. If anything, we have grown stronger. I urge this city council, even in a symbolic gesture, to listen to those that have elected you to office and to recall the history will remember every single one of y'all's stances.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Please say your name.
Hi, good morning, City Council members. My name is Maida Martinez. Most of you know me as Mimi, and I live in Ybor Heights. I want to thank you today for pushing the pause on the curfew. My original intent today was to ask for that. And so my public comments are geared towards the juvenile curfew. So the reason I was going to request for more time is because the Tampa residents need to understand the curfew. They need to be able to provide feedback about the curfew. They also need to learn about the actual facts and the data that supports that a curfew actually does work. We also need to focus on city, county, and state long-term plans that we can put in place to provide long-term solutions for our youth that are at risk. Rushing to make a decision about this curfew was going to strip away the community to be a part of the city's decision-making process. It also skips the city's obligation to be transparent in providing the facts and the data to the public before they approve a new citywide ordinance that would impact the whole public. It also, most importantly, would have subtracted the neighborhood's accountability to take ownership to support families in need, and it discounts the perspective of the troubled youth. A lot of people are pointing the fingers at the parents, and a lot of people are assuming that all kids out late at night are looking for trouble, but maybe they are running away from a troubled home. From October 30th to January 16th, we had 2 public meetings and 1 public survey. Now, we are here 9 days later, and the city council was charged to make a permanent decision for the whole city of Tampa. I attended the January 16th meeting, and that night I heard what TPD will do if the curfew is passed, but I did not hear what TBD would do if it wasn't passed, and I question they're not here today, so it makes me wonder, is that the answer? Nothing? Thank you. I am an active watch group coordinator, and there are 39 watch groups in Tampa. None of the 39 watch groups were surveyed about the youth curfew, and I know that there was a very small window of time to connect with us, which is again why I was going to ask for more time. I am also an active community leader, all of you know that, and I believe in community safety, and that's why I partnered up with FAN, because we are advocating to have a citywide public safety committee where all the neighborhood and associations can come together, because every single neighborhood deserves to be safe. And I just really thank you today for not rushing into that decision, because public safety is a basic right for every single neighborhood in the city of Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Matt Levine. I'm a member of Tampa DSA. It's worrying that the council was even considering a curfew. So you should be dismissing the idea completely. This obviously is not going to make anybody safer. If you want to make people safer, you should be defunding the police and shifting more money into social services. But mainly, I need to speak here today as a Jew. You have people in here talking about International Holocaust Remembrance Day today and not even mentioning the Holocaust that's happening right now in Gaza. It's just absolutely insane. You're talking about the rising threat of anti-Semitism, and not only are people being slaughtered wholesale in Gaza, but we have hate crimes happening against Muslim people in this country. We had a 6-year-old boy stabbed to death in Chicago. We had 3 Palestinian young men shot in Burlington, Vermont, just for who they are. And we're talking about the rising threat of anti-Semitism. Holocaust survivors and other Jews across the country have been occupying government buildings and shutting down highways to say, stop the genocide. So we need this council to do something. About 48 cities and counties across the country have already passed ceasefire resolutions. That includes San Francisco, Detroit, and Seattle. History will look back on us. The council, you need to get on the right side of history and tell Joe Biden to end the genocide. I wonder whether you guys even do you actually see what's happening? Do you look at Twitter? Or do you only get your information from the New York Times or the Tampa Bay Times? This genocide, it's the first time that this has happened in full color for all of us to see, just live, right in front of us. And you just sit and do nothing. And these people in here before were calling you upstanders. No, you were bystanders. So I hope that you'll get on the right side of history and stop being bystanders to one of the worst atrocities that we've ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Amanda Al-Sheikh Ali. I just want to say that the time is now 11 o'clock. We've been here for 2 hours. That means 4 mothers in Gaza have died while we have been here. So I was going to start off my talk with talking about the curfew. Thank you guys so much for tabling that right now. As everybody in the room behind me knows, our struggles are intertwined. So anything that affects people of color is going to affect us too, especially with the Tampa PD being IOF trained, cross-trained. So I just want to ask, are you guys tired? Are you guys tired of seeing us here, hearing from us? Because honestly, while we're sitting there, it looks like some of you are about to fall asleep. No offense. So if you are tired, please just do what we're asking you to do. Stand up for us like you stood up against the curfew. We are not tired. We are not going anywhere. We will continue to go against articles that are written in the Tampa Bay Times calling anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism the same thing. I will continue to go yell at Jane Castor wherever she is. I was on a call with Fentress Driscoll yesterday about HB 187, which again is an infringement of our rights. And it has a lot of stuff on there, but I'm just going to highlight 3J, which is comparing the Jews to the Nazis. How can we sit there and not make the comparison when Gaza is a concentration camp, when they are using white phosphorus gas on civilians? And I have here from my conversation yesterday, and we're going to talk about the Holocaust and Auschwitz. There was 1 million Jews who were killed in Auschwitz in a period of five years. There were more victims, but they were not Jewish. That is roughly 548 Jews a day. Right now, the number that has been recorded is 25,490 as of yesterday, I'm sorry. And under the rubble, we estimate at least 32,000. That's 296 people a day. How can we not make the comparison that they are doing what was done to them? Never again, as somebody already said, means never again for anybody. And how can they sit there and talk about their families and that they have grandchildren here talking? There have been entire lines of families in Gaza decimated.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sam Abaid, Tampa. Good morning, members of City Council. My name is Sam. I'm an anti-discrimination educator, a local activist, a spoken word poet, and most importantly, a community parent. I'm here to talk to you today about two specific issues. The first is the curfew ordinance. Great job patting each other on the back and not passing a lazy, knee-jerk reaction that fails to keep our children safe. I'm upset that y'all considered a curfew to begin with. I can't believe that was your first go-to. And the community had to step in to check you. That is not leadership. Your lack of intentionality is a problem and causes a majority of us a great deal of undue stress. So I'll further emphasize what some of you have already said with a view to moving forward. It is my understanding that your authority is over the city of Tampa, not over my children or how I parent them. In the same way that grounding my children for getting poor grades doesn't fix a system that judges intelligence based on conformity and not creativity, putting my kids under lock and key doesn't make anyone or anywhere safer. I do not want my children talking to the police. I do not want my children questioned by the police, and universe help us if any of my children are detained by the police in any place of worship without my express consent. Children are not your property to legislate. Make our community safer for all children from the get. Invest in the community, give us resources so we can run after-school programs, fight the state's dangerous, irresponsible gun laws, and if you have any semblance of a conscience, check yourself before even recommending sicking your overfunded, trigger-happy racist cowboys on our kids. These are our children, and contrary to your beliefs, you do not know better than any of us. Speaking of kids, here's the second issue. In the last 110 days, more than 10,000 children have been executed in Gaza. Some as young as days old with no adults alive to claim their bodies. Those who survive are being treated for critical injury without access to anesthesia or aftercare, all while facing starvation. In the meantime, y'all have the audacity to travel from mosque to synagogue taking sides. You pretend to be allies to one community, but good allies listen to everybody in the community, not just the ones that line their path to the mayor's office. Children are being massacred at an unprecedented rate, and Tampa City Council can't even take a symbolic stance to call for a permanent ceasefire. I am not asking you for your humanity. I am asking you to do your jobs and represent the people of my city. Pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire and do better by every single one of our children.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good morning. I'm Mike Drapak. First, that's what I'm here to talk about, but I want to say clearly Islamophobia is totally intolerable. And if anybody thinks in the city of Tampa or the state of Florida or in the regional South that they're going to use our leaders' inability to speak on this issue as a reason to attack people for their belief systems or for their cultural values. They are sorely mistaken. That's what I want to say in that matter. But thank you all for at least considering reason when it comes to this curfew and putting the brakes on it. I do want to talk about our process forward as we look at the studies that show curfews aren't effective and actually do, in many cases, through Maryland, Chicago, and many of the studies that I've seen, increase crime, some rather largely, like in Washington, D.C. So it's good that we put the brakes on it, and because the studies do show that there is not an efficacy to the curfews. But what there is efficacy for is violence interrupter programs, right? So I just know personally, just based on some talking, to some people, there is an Andrew Joseph Foundation. There are, the Boonstopples came to the community meeting, and it's tragic what happened to their son, but they're trying to set up interrupters. They want to have funding, they need funding. And what was funny about the community meeting, thank you to, I can't remember your name again. Yeah, Robin Lockett. She actually videotaped the meeting because our moneyed interests over here, this corner of the room, spent a lot of time trying to define that meeting as split evenly, but her video shows quite clearly that the majority of us were against it. But again, I think they give you guys too much credit because we're all aware that these are moneyed interests here. You are all elected by moneyed interests. The money interests decide who here looks bad compared to you when you're running for election, because that's what our media does. They're talking about propaganda. It very much does exist. It's a part of our electoral process, and it's one of the most malfunctioning parts of our electoral process. But again, I digress on that, and I want to go into something about the arts and theater. When we're talking about community programs, studies show that these programs give youth an emotional outlet, right? So, I keep hearing sports. I hear the boxing thing that the police are doing, which I'm not a proponent of because, again, if we're trying to stop violence, why are we encouraging it? We need programs that bring us more into our artistic space, more into our internal space on coping and emotional understanding of ourselves. And so youth are often excluded because of the fees and costs to parents for school extracurriculars, and that doesn't even go into account the foster care children and the thousands of homeless children we have in this city. So these programs need to be funded, and the money interest spends so much time trying to convince us why we need laws. Maybe they'd be better spent with some of those guys on top trying to find ways to fund these programs. Since our businesses are so concerned, the business district gets a very nice river walk, but we never get funding for these programs, surprisingly enough. We have some, and they aren't working. We need more money from our moneyed interests in the community. They all share the same interests we do in having a safer community. So when we're talking about this, we need to include that. Sorry?
No, go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
And furthermore, foster children and homeless children, we need to address solutions that work on housing for them. Reducing crime isn't just about laws, but trying to find real programs that can help house our families, house our children, keep them safe, keep them off the streets. And the other thing is, that the Boonstopples brought up real quick, is you keep talking about unlocked guns in cars. If you want to create a law, let's try to create an ordinance that fines people for leaving their guns in their cars unsupervised. If you're going to leave your car unlocked and you leave your gun in there, this is where the city's lawmaking process should be doing their due diligence and trying to pass a law to prevent more guns on the streets of our city. Again, thank you for being considerate here and putting the brakes on. I think we have a new day with this council, and I look forward to seeing how you guys progress on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Kelly Grimsdale, VM Ebor, and this is the last place I want to be. I'd rather be taking my body combat class this morning instead of coming here to beg you all once again for some relief from some of the many problems, or one of the many problems that plagues VM Ebor. The city's going to come back later today and tell you that the rooming houses, which house the majority of the sexually predatory people in our neighborhood, are grandfathered in. Where else in the city is there the density that's seen in these structures? 30 people in 3,200 square feet? Like, where else? And if they were grandfathered in, then why was the number of occupants lowered from 36 to 30 each structure in early 2014 as a result of a hearing before a magistrate. This updated occupancy was based on the owner of the rooming house changing his operation to act as a hotel and meet that code, which he never followed through with. And when did the city's code requiring a minimum of 200 square feet heated per person in a dwelling based on the Florida's fire code come on the books? I'm sure that was probably prior to 2009 and 2010 when James Primer purchased these properties. This whole situation sounds like every department in the city is turning a blind eye to an unscrupulous landlord who is exploiting our neighborhood and housing people that set out to harm others. Where else in the city would this ever be allowed? Definitely not in South Tampa, Tampa Heights, Seminole Heights, or any other area where the city has chosen will prosper and thrive. I get it. No one wants these people in their neighborhood. Well, I certainly don't want 72 within a quarter mile of my house. This concentration of sexually predatory people is holding our neighborhood back and harming our residents with lower home values and a lack of amenities. Other than Family Dollar, we've had absolutely no economic progress along our major economic corridor since these rooming houses came online and since Trinity Cafe moved to our neighborhood in April of 2013. There's an easy solution to this issue. Enforce the county's existing ordinance that is on the books that does not allow for the clustering in the first place. If the city would have taken action when we brought this clustering to their attention in 2012, with Frank Reddick, our city council person, we wouldn't be wasting our time, everyone's time, 12 years later and walking away with getting absolutely nothing resolved. Because some city employees didn't do their job when these rooming houses came online, it appears that we are going to be forced to live with this forever. This is downright unfair to all the residents in VM Ybor, and I think I have a right as a homeowner to feel as safe in my neighborhood as everyone else does in theirs. But I am being denied that right by the city refusing to enforce the city's codes equitably across the board. Regarding the curfew, I don't think the curfew is the solution. Exposing these kids to something different than what they see in our neighborhoods, the trash accumulation, everything, all the ordinances that are not enforced are causing trash accumulation, loitering, open drug use, open alcohol use. Our kids should not be seeing this day in and day out. They should be in programs for arts and dance and something other than that.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good morning, Kim Headland, 1023 17th Avenue. I live in VM Ybor and have for 25 years. I'm here to speak on item number 55. We have been coming here since 2012, and since 2012, thousands of offenders and predators have been deliberately funneled into our community, much to the financial benefit of just a few property owners. Most of those individuals are living in just 3 structures on a single block on Nebraska Avenue and camping on that same block. The vast majority of those individuals on the 2800 block of Nebraska have committed serious crimes on children under 15 years old. Over 30% of those folks are from jurisdictions outside of Hillsborough County, and even outside of Florida. So for more than a decade, we have been asking, why is it okay for the Department of Corrections and FDLE to deliberately push people from Pinellas, Manatee, Citrus, Monroe, and even Kentucky to the city of Tampa? But wait a second, it's not just the city of Tampa. It's a very specific area within East Tampa. So it's just certain areas, right? So this has been a very systematic and deliberate release of individuals where there is housing, where there's affordable housing, kind of, sort of, sometimes. Nebraska Avenue and VM Ybor bears the brunt of this clustering. It's a very real life safety concern for cramming 30 individuals within 3,000 square feet. That's insane. And unfortunately, after several years and motions, we've only very recently heard from code enforcement that all complaints have been cleared, and as of right now, there are no active cases on the properties. Fantastic. I am here today asking that the city carefully evaluate the impact of this sort of systematic practice on a neighborhood and on the future, and quite honestly, on the future of the East Tampa community. I'm asking that you end this deliberate clustering of predatory people in just certain areas of Tampa. We ask, specifically, I'm asking that council push city administration to work diligently with the Department of Corrections and FDLE to end that deliberate practice of directing parolees to only very specific underserved areas of our city, even when they're from outside of Hillsborough County. We ask that the city request and advocate for a more equitable release across our region and a revision of the housing restrictions for parolees and those unintended consequences. Our community has one sexual predator or offender for every 25 residents. Overall, that's 10 times the amount that any other neighborhood sees. That shouldn't be the case for our children. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, I'm Humera Afzal. I live in West Tampa. Today I have 3 topics to quickly address: housing, the curfew, and City Council silence on genocide in Gaza and on Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian activity right here in Tampa affecting people who live here, who are your constituents. Housing, basically what Tatiana said. We need more housing, and it needs to be housing that regular people can afford. It is a crisis that's getting worse, not better. Incrementalism and conservative policy is not going to get us out of this. No more delays, no more Band-Aids. Go big, start doing something. Please stop focusing on the wishes of people who already have housing that they can afford and focus on the people who are struggling to find or pay for their housing. You mostly only hear from people who already live in neighborhoods and not from people who can't live there because they've been priced out or because additional units are stymied by rules with racist and classist roots. Lots of opportunities will come in front of you in the coming weeks. Please listen to the policy experts. Listen to the policy experts. The curfew, I'll keep this short. I appreciate you not pursuing the curfew. Why was it proposed in the first place? I will point out I'm rather troubled by the very poor quality of the content of this report. And it really makes me wonder, is the quality the same in many other reports? It's very sloppy. It's not exactly reflective of the data that is actually out there. Cherry picking and not representative of the relevant research. Let me just read one quick quote to reflect this. This is a quote, this is not my own words. A voluminous body of research has cast strong doubts on the claims that juvenile curfew laws prevent victimization or reduce juvenile crime. But these findings have received scant attention from policymakers or police. The article is full of links to academic or scientific research that show that they don't work, that they cause more harm. It took me 5 minutes to find those. Really, I wasn't putting any of my PhD skills in use either. 5 minutes. I had a ton of stuff. Anyway, moving on. What Aida said, what so many people before me said. 35% of Americans believe Israel is committing genocide. 35%, that is recent data. 29% are undecided, so a lot of that 29% is going to change their mind and think the same thing very soon. 49% of 18 to 29-year-olds believe it is genocide.
Thank you very much.
We're paying for it. I just have to say, the ADL defines pro-Palestinian voices as being, by definition, anti-Semitic. So when you look at those statistics, look at what's behind them. Speaking up for Palestine is not anti-Semitism.
Thank you very much.
Look at the data. Look at the sources of the data.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name's Angel D'Angelo, and I do live in Ybor City now. Can barely afford it because I have to pay for all that parking to come speak to my government, which is absolutely unacceptable. Y'all really gotta cut down those ceremonies while we're all waiting, because I should be at work making money, and since I can't afford therapy, I have to come out and get it out on you all. First things first, the curfew was a joke from the beginning. The Restorative Justice Coalition has sent you data since 2017 on things that would work, that have worked in other cities. Violence interrupters programs that don't use the police. Why? Because the police have already lost the trust of so many community members. When I asked Police Chief Burkaw what would happen if a youth was found after hours, he told me that they would be sent to a facility, aka jail, or a church. Now, what would that do for Muslim or Jewish youth if they're sent to a Christian church? Or LGBTQIA youth? That sounds like a pipeline to conversion therapy to me. So that's not acceptable. We need actual solutions. Did you know that police react to crime very poorly usually? Look at our murder rate solutions here. But they react to, they do not stop. The police were in Ybor City the night that tragedy happened. What were they doing is the question. Probably harassing a homeless person for not having a place to live. That's probably what they were doing, because that's typically what happens down there. So if you want solutions, the solutions are proactive. In 2022, a large audience just this size demanded a housing emergency to be called. It took months and months and months of research, studying. We had to find out, is there really a housing crisis? Are people really poor? Are people really struggling? Months, and we still didn't get a housing emergency. One horrible tragedy, boom, curfew, right out the gate. I think because racism is a very big motivator in this city. I really do. Speaking of, there is obviously a genocide happening in Gaza, and we are complicit in it because our tax dollars go to it. I mean, I don't have a choice. I have to pay the taxes, but you do have a choice to pass a resolution. You passed one condemning anti-Semitism. Great, absolutely. We don't want that in our city. But why not passing something condemning Arabophobia or Islamophobia or demanding a ceasefire? Why not? You were able to do it for one group. Why are you not able to do it for another? Answer that question. Not to me, because you can't, obviously. If I was a developer, you could talk back to me, but not here. So answer that question. You have Palestinians living right here in Tampa. Right here in Tampa. And their families are being massacred, and they have the bravery to come up here and speak. I don't even think I could speak to you as calmly as they have. So you don't even deserve an ounce of grace if you can't pass the bare minimum, a freaking resolution. It's not hard.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Daryl Heitch. Google defines the City Council as being responsible for creating and enforcing laws called ordinances inside the city. Google also stated that the City Council's members' roles and responsibility is to attend regular meetings to discuss city policies and changes to law. Bay News 9 stated the other day, got a quote, and the quote stated from one of the council members, to move this forward, this is resolution number 568. To move this forward, someone on the council will need to lead the effort, and the mayor will need to cooperate and dedicate staff and resources to implement it. There's a business located at 401 East Oak Avenue known as under the registered name of HBCU Legacy Project. This particular business was registered January 10th of this year. I'm a little frustrated because, as I just stated, the role of City Council is to bring forth law and ordinance. But we have council members who have taken the time, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they've taken the time to open up businesses and establishments, and they've taken the opportunity in the era of window that I know that I've been coming down here talking about this resolution number 568. So to consider opening up a privately owned business and it to be called the Historical Black College and University Legacy Project, that would be the one thing that should riddle your mindset and make you say, hey, I have a project that is dealing with what resolution number 561 is targeting. That's what you all have bought into. When I joined the military and I took over a local command, when I went to that local command,
I took on the rights and responsibilities of that local command. Bay News 9 said Orlando Goods is not here. Well, someone is here. Someone needs to pick up this mantle and run with it. Someone. Because if I took over a command at MacDill, which I did an assessment of all things that took place at MacDill Air Force Base, and then I implement change. Pick up 568 and make the difference for the people. Thank you.
Very much, sir.
So
Yes.
just before she starts speaking, 22 minutes, there will be 6 mothers that have died in Gaza.
Thank you very much.
And Louis Vieira, we see you. We know you're
Yes,
a
ma'am.
genocidal Zionist too.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Gigi Gaddis. I last appeared before you December 21st, 2023 council meeting, speaking on Resolution 568. This is my follow-up to, I haven't received a response to anything. Councilman Vera, you took me aside, you took my information, we swapped emails. Nobody has contacted me for when you will be available to talk to me. I'm ready. Whenever you have time, I'm available to you to discuss this. My questions for Resolution 568 on December 21st, 2023 were, who will champion this action? I asked the board that. Who will champion this action? Everybody else is asking the same questions. What civil rights organizations are you working with to discuss this resolution? What funds have been committed to start the commission on this resolution? Now, for that particular one, I was surprised that your staff report 51, you're giving the police $280,000, and you have given them, and you're waiting for a status. So I don't understand, how did they get money before a proposition of a solution to use the money? So you granted them 200. This is how it reads to me. I'm not a lawyer, nor do I play one on television. But it says staff to report on ways to use the $280,000. Why was that money even into play if there was not a plan in place? And if this place is giving out money, this is 2020 when this was signed. No money has been allocated for this. So much has been spoken about today concerning human rights, which speaks to the condition of the world today. I empathize, especially as a black woman living in this world in 2024. 1619, the first ship bringing slaves to the United Colonies. 1687, slaves reaching Florida were free. 1845, Florida became a slave state. 1865, Florida abolished slavery. 2020, your city council signed a resolution acknowledging what you had done to African American people. So from 1845 to 2020, that's 179 years. I did the math because since we're celebrating the Holocaust and whatnot, let me do my own math on black people in the United States of America, especially Florida. I'm a new resident, and I will always claim I'm new. I don't know how things work in Florida. I'm not impressed so far, but I am here to help you do whatever you need to do, especially for this Resolution 568. All we're asking for is you to give us the same latitude that you have given every other resolution, every other staff report, anything that you've done. If you're throwing away money, throw it away here, because this was signed in 2020.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, I'm Black Rose. I'm a Tampa resident, and I have East Tampa resident, and I've got a lot to say. So I want to start by saying I do not want less for others. I just want more for us. Like, how has it been 400 years? How has it been this long? And we have no recognition, no resolutions, well, a resolution, but no action. I fully believe that once a community starts to value their Black residents and makes racism illegal, it truly will be a safer community for all people of color. However, there are a lot of disparities to many communities. Some folks get active efforts so much sooner than others. Others like this Black community I'm speaking of right now. But let's talk about here in Tampa, the resolution. It can take weeks to months from harm and injustice to get some instances of active ordinances and resolutions to prevent harm, like this jumping into the walking while black, or, having the resolution for anti-Semitism. However, let's see. But finally in 2020, the Black and African American communities gets public recognition of the harm done to us over the past few centuries. After centuries, we are finally seeing Resolution 568. It was adopted in September of 2020, but in the past 3.5 years, there has not been any reconciliation commission put into place. In Section 3, the resolution explicitly states 6 action items, as well as the flexibility to do even more than that. Yet less than nothing has been done, because it seems y'all have forgotten about it. We want to know why the city has not moved forward with this resolution. You blame it on Goods not being here anymore, but that's not fair, because how many of y'all voted unanimously? The 3 of y'all newbies, you're grandfathered in, as you've heard multiple times. So why has there been nothing done in 3.5 years? Why have we not moved forward with this resolution? If you drive around East Tampa, what used to be Tampa Park, most areas of construction used to be thriving multi-generational neighborhoods. Where are all these people now? Where'd you send them? Where are all these families? Did you give them money to move so you could build these multi-million-dollar condos and all this other stuff? What happened? Where are these families? Did y'all pay them to push them out of their homes? This is just one reason why we need Resolution 568. Did the city think that we would be placated by pretty words? Y'all already have blamed it on other people. It was a unanimous decision, but yet we've given y'all 3 years. 3 years to get it together.
Thank
we
you very
need
much.
action, not lip service.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Noreen Copeland Miller, and I am a member of the historic Bama Heights Neighborhood Association. And I'm here this morning. I came down to speak about the curfew, and you all have tabled that, but I do know that all our circumstances are different. We have a lot going on. I've been born, raised in the city of Tampa. 70 years. I know we had a curfew when I was growing up, because and whatever happened with that curfew in this city 40 years ago, whatever, I just think it will stop being enforced. But as I sit here and I listen to all the different things that are going on with different communities, I'm concerned about my community. Because I look at, and from a cultural perspective, we as Black people have always been survivors. We know in this city that we have built this city on our backs. We're the ones that get the least for anything. I'm here to say if we can save our babies, because our children of color, our Black young men and women are the ones killing each other. And if you look at the juvenile stuff, they're saying that guns kill people. These juveniles have guns. I'm a senior citizen. I'm concerned. I treat everybody with respect, but what if one day this juvenile, 12 years old, walk up to me to get $1 or $2 and shoot me? They do that. These kids have guns. We got to do something to hold parents accountable. It's going to take all of us to make this work. We can stand here and say all we want to say about what to do or not to do. As a woman of color, we need to save our babies. We have to. We say the children are our future. Show me. So if me passing a curfew, whenever you all do revisit that, if it saved one life, pass it. All of this talking and all these programs for youth and all of this, we know it's not working. Why are we continuing to do those same things over and over, and we're losing our babies? I hear a lot of these people come up here. I live in the city of Tampa. I vote for you all in my city council. I'm your constituent, and I expect you all to uplift our city. By any means necessary, save our children, save our families, save us. Because if we don't put something in place for accountability, we can all be gunned down. And the other thing that I have to say, I hear them talking about the budget with $280,000, wherever that is. If you got organizations, because trust me, I'm a member of a lot of organizations, life member. If you got organizations that cannot present you with a forensic audit, do not give them my taxpayer dollars, because we have no idea what they're doing with. But one thing we do know, they're standing for nothing when it comes to saving our children. The first time I see people come out in groves talking about saving, we should have been doing this. Why does it take all of these young 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 17-year-olds killing each other for what?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Corey Felton. I'm one of the guest hosts with What's Really Happening that airs every Saturday morning on 11:50 TMP alongside Bishop Michelle B. Patty, as well as J.J. Johnson. Hey, initially, I had a lot of things. I had wrote some notes that I was going to follow, but had a strong stance for the curfew. But after listening to everybody, my stance kind of softened a little bit, and let me explain why. We all can agree that no 15-year-old should be out past 11 o'clock. There's no excuse for that. But as the young lady said, we don't know what kind of horrors and traumas this kid is running away from at the house. And we all know abuse goes on at home, away from home, so is the curfew the all in for everything? I really doubt it. I really can't see it, and you guys really have your job cut out for you. But one thing that's consistent, what everybody's talking about, fairness, equality, because genocide, war against people, regardless of what their race is wrong. It is dead wrong. And let's get back to why I'm here. The genocide that our youth, they say the children are the future, right? But what is our future looking like? If we go through what we're seeing live and in color, what this man said, where we seeing these guys killing each other on Facebook, and now you can see it in color, just like I just saw this guy mow this young kid down in Ybor City. I mean, we're seeing that now, so if the children are our future, what do our future look like? I'm not an advocate. I love the Police Athletic League. The man said that he was against the boxing program. Hey, I'm a product of a boxing program. I love the boxing program. I witnessed how it helped save people's lives. And the people who is against the boxing program don't really understand the boxing. So here's my solution, suggestion for a solution. Defunding the police, I don't think that's the option. Put that money into social services where we can hire the right people, whether they're coaches, that's going to not only teach the kids the box, the art of fighting, but what about the art of discipline? What about the art of caring for somebody? What about the art of self-defense? All these kids are learning from each other, and guess who they're learning from? People who don't know anything. So we need social services, and it could be a mental health issue. It's a perfect storm of a whole bunch of stuff. So get the social services. This is get the opportunity for mental health counseling, drug counseling, whatever other counseling people need. But something needs to be done and not just be sitting on the sideline doing nothing. And we have to be fair about our solution. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mrs. Lucinda Johnson. I'm here to discuss an urgent safety concern at Buchanan Middle School, and I'm requesting for immediate action. Excuse me. On Monday, January the 22nd, I was informed by the ESC coordinator that my grandson was left unattended in class and missed lunch. The coordinator assisted him during lunch, and shortly after, I received a call from the principal. He acknowledged my grandson's medical condition of having seizures and assured an investigation would take place. However, despite the gravity of the situation, I have not received any communication from the principal as of today. I am deeply concerned about the lack of attention to my grandson's safety and the delay in addressing this matter. In addition to the incident of him being left unattended, my grandson's physician has provided a detailed doctor's note outlining his diagnosis, specific triggers, and the frequency with which he can experience seizures. It is deeply troubling that despite this explicit medical documentation, the administration and academic staff seem to have overlooked or ignored his serious medical condition. I firmly believe that the safety and well-being of every student should be a top priority. My family and I are expecting immediate action, including preventative measures, to ensure that such an incident will never occur again. Ignoring a student's medical condition, especially one with a documented history like my grandson, is unacceptable. I urge the City Council to intervene and work towards implementing measures that guarantee the safety of all students, considering their individual medical needs. I also seek reassurance that steps will be taken to prevent any reoccurrence of such incidents in the future. As a concerned grandparent, I cannot stress enough the emotional distress caused by this situation. I implore you to consider how you would feel if this happened to someone you love and to take decisive action to safeguard the well-being of our students. Thank you for your urgent attention to this matter.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. Darlene, please get this parent's information so we can get her to the right staff member over at Hillsborough County Public Schools.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Sandra Zickery. I'm here to uncover the mass corruption and racism within the city of Tampa. I am not prepared to brief my case today because I am in the middle of litigation and attempting to invoke the Supreme Court's jurisdiction, although it is rare. Just now, out that door, the Tampa police harassed and threatened me under no legal basis. Luis Vieira just saw it. Just last week, I was stopped without probable cause and threatened that if I don't identify myself, I'm going to go to jail, screaming at me in front of my child. Just last meeting, I received threats from an undercover cop that's been, quote-unquote, looking for me, following me, and threatening me to take me to jail. And I tell you the same that I told them: back up, do not touch me and get out of my face, because I have civil rights, and I'm not going to let some racist pig threaten me with no legal authority. These Nazis have been harassing me because of a pending federal complaint, and there's been horrible things done that the public does not know yet. If the government is telling you that they care about your kids, they're lying. I went to the juvenile curfew meeting. The cops already admit that they see minority children as criminals. I homeschool my child because the city isn't doing enough to stop school shootings, trafficking, or bullying. It's a poor education system. There's more light within a child when they're in tune with nature and the ocean. How can a city claim that they care for our children when their own policing system cover-ups a hate crime in 2024 and commits victim extortion? I will be reading parts of the sworn affidavit I have from a physician who's an expert witness, and I will address this again in the near future. Ms. Zickery was given a bolus dosage of 20 millimeter ropivacaine. This is a substantially higher dose that would ordinarily be given to a patient like Ms. Zickery under ordinary circumstances by a trained provider. Further, that dose deviates manufacturer recommendation provided that they gave me during an epidural administration. It should be administered 3 to 5 millimeters with sufficient time due to toxicity. So I have these affidavits alleging, I'm sorry, I don't have time to finish. The Tampa police destroyed all affidavits that I had and concealed facts from prosecutors. I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to finish my,
Thank you very
my time.
much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Teresa Justi. I'm also here to talk about the clustering of sex offenders in VME War. You guys know my face, probably. You know me as the angry lady from Ybor. I'm very disappointed today about the report from the city, and I mean, I thought we had some empathy from you. I know some of you were concerned about if this were your children that were living in this area, and you thought it was unreasonable, the clustering happening, and some of you even talk about it on the news. And I'm just terribly disappointed because I can see how I thought that we had a voice, and I guess we really don't. I cannot understand how can you stand there and look me in the eye and say, yeah, I guess that's okay. Those people, they can stay there. They're all grandfathering. We were not expecting a magic solution or the perfect solution, but at least something, you know, at least work with us on something. Like, we talk about accountability, transparency, what other measures could we take, and I think this was all a huge waste of time. I know you're gonna go home today and say, yeah, I guess that was sad, but lucky me, I'm not living there, right? So, or it's better that we just buy somewhere else and move, right? I think I expected too much. I think that I would hope that today when you hear that report, you think of us and that we are, you know, living with this, and we're gonna be living with this forever. And I know that at some point in time, you're gonna go through Nebraska and you're gonna see that and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that happened. Well, good thing I don't live there. I just cannot believe that you can look me in the eye and think that this is reasonable. That the Department of Corrections sending people here from other places is reasonable. I thought that you guys understood this, and it seemed like nothing can be done, really, nothing can be done. I just want to cry. It's really sad that I thought that nobody was above the law in the United States, and I found out that is not the case. That we can say, that's okay, they can violate all of the ordinances. That's okay, we don't have to do anything. I just, really? That's all I came here to say. My boss doesn't even know I'm here. Just took some time off from work, and I just wanted to say that. Because I know at some point you will go through Nebraska, you will be at a stop sign, you will be at a red light, and you will remember us. Thank you
very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Yes, I'm Shadret Dawson. Originally, I came here on behalf of a friend who wanted me to talk about something, although it's not jurisdictionally yours. But after listening to so much of the conversation today, I'm kind of surprised that there's so many people here who expect compassion from people who are discompassionate. And I don't know if maybe I get myopic sometimes as well and think the best of people. But whether we're talking about community policing, they're like the Gestapo. They're all the same when you're black and brown. They call us niggas and they mean it. You know, we're 60 years removed from when Malcolm X talked about the Ballot of the Bullet. It's kind of interesting how all this stuff kind of comes to a point, because our next election will be as important as he claimed the election of '64 was going to be. And I wanted to say, for the guys out there who are listening, because I had something different to talk about, these people don't care about you. They never will. And as comfortable as they are calling us niggas, you got to say the same thing that Malcolm said to Martin. He said, I can't believe you went down there and had coffee with a cracker. Because it seems like the worst. And you know, when we allow the South to come back in, you know, during Reconstruction, some people should have been left out for a reason. But Tampa now seems to be the place where the worst people come, and they allow them to infiltrate state, county, and federal government just so they can continue to keep their foot on the throats of black and brown people. But for my friend, this is modern day bug breaking. Now see, a hearing officer over there and an attorney, and by the way, I have an attorney friend who says that y'all are supposed to police each other. This thing gets through the Department of Revenue, where it claims that this man had sex with himself and created a child. So that facial flaw alone, I'm not an attorney, I don't have a license to practice law, I don't even practice law. I do work at a firm now. But the facial flaw itself should have had it kicked out, and this thing's been going on since 2012. And the other day when he went to court to talk about it, the hearing officer, Charles Denton, laughed at him. And instead of just reversing it and picking it back up and starting again, he said, I'm going to deny your motion without prejudice. That's a facial flaw, and he's an attorney. And to do this kind of thing should actually have some sort of sanction. So I want to say this also. I still haven't gotten any parts of those 7,000 emails. And I'm getting ready to file my motions in opposition to your motions to dismiss. But I can guarantee you that if I were a white man and somebody stole 4 of my houses and a black judge lied to one of your raggedy Tampa police officers to get it done, something would be done about it. Y'all have a good day. Shout out to the University of Thomas Jefferson High School.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, sir, please state your name.
Good morning, I'm Peter Stravino. I'm a representative of New Suburb Beautiful. We're asking for an extension on the hearing for items 45 and 46. We want to make sure that there's a proper community outreach to further understand the project. We were only reached out yesterday after limited engagement at about 3 o'clock via email, right? So we're trying to make sure we're engaged, as you heard from Hyde Park, and now you're hearing from New Suburb. We're very eager to participate and help, right? We're very excited about the investment in the community, but there are extreme situations that are continuing to deteriorate in New Suburb, right? Our streets are some of the worst in the city, and we're continuing to push people down those streets, especially with the commercial reinvestment that these projects are geared towards, right? We're fully in support of that, but we need help in the neighborhood. We are asking for an extension. Additionally, we'd love to kind of have you guys drive around with us to see how bad they are. Just last week alone, there was a car that hit a pothole and hit a tree, and if kids were out in the front yard, they would have died. So we are in desperate need of help in New Suburb. I've lived in that neighborhood for 10 years, been on the board for probably about 8, and we've been hearing from the city. We reached out to the city multiple years for help about these streets. We hear it's a large capital investment, fully understand. I used to audit governments. The city of Orlando is one of my big clients at Ernst & Young. We need help, whether it's a multi-year project and to increase mobility, because the streets are beyond repair at this point. The curbs are all pulled up. It's disaster. You cannot even drive straight down the street right now without hitting a pothole. So we're just simply asking for community engagement to talk through it. We understand there's investment and we're excited for that, but we need some help. Thank you
very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Just 1 second, I want to hand these out. There's 2 different issues here. Good morning, Council. Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of the Soho Business Alliance, and I sent an email to you all outlining some issues, and we joined with, well, where he went, but anyway, the neighborhood representative. As you know, Soho backs up to all the residential properties, and this project has some challenges which we need to have addressed. I don't want to, since I've got 2 issues, let me just read through a couple of the things. Full lane and road closures will not work at any time. You have to maintain some access along Howard. 100% of the business owners opposed that closing Howard completely. Timing of the project to avoid peak periods planned for more summer months as opposed to the peak periods of when it's being utilized. Access must be maintained for purveyors, solid waste, TPD, TFD, customers, employees, neighborhoods, and on a daily basis. Utility interruptions must be held to a minimum. Water, sewer, cable, electric, gas, and advance notice should be provided. Immediate attention must be given to utility interruptions. Alternative access plans must be developed to ensure that we're not dumping all of the commercial traffic into the neighborhood and vice versa. Trying to get a solid waste truck to service restaurants would be a disaster, having them run all through the neighborhoods, including the delivery of purveyors. Consider temporary surface coverings at night to enable full street access. Consider construction of 1 lane at a time with flagmen so that you don't close the entire street. Ensure adequate street and width access for delivery trucks, emergency vehicles, and solid waste. Engage TECO to include electrical services and be prepared to try to coordinate undergrounding utilities. Consider business interruption insurance. Incorporate non-inclusive on-street parking in the plan. Incorporate on-street and solid waste containers at each of the corners. Consider day and night weekend construction schedules to help accelerate the project. And I gave you the letter. So the next thing is the Ybor City parking issue. Several months ago, the council made a motion to look at CRA funding for additional security and police, and that is winding its way through the process. Can I have a couple of seconds here?
You still have time, sir.
Anyway, for that to happen, the proposal for the parking should not go forward right now. It should be coordinated with the delivery of that safety report that TPD is preparing and the availability of funding for additional security. You've heard all morning about security being a citywide issue and not exclusively to Ybor City or to parking lots. And we also made a motion that the parking lots should, the
Thank you very
rules
much, sir.
should consider all lots, not paid and unpaid lots.
Thank you very much, sir.
One thing you might ask a question here. I'm not in disagreement with some of the annotation that you've made, Mr. Michelini. However, number 6, consider temporary surface covering working at night. The problem is Soho goes on to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, there's two different sections. The
Yeah, that's what I want to find out.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Developer, there we go, I'm leading.
Thank you very much.
The section where this road improvement is south of Swan. The entertainment side, the districts are north of
I
Swan.
want that delineated. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Council. I am not going to use my full 3 minutes here. We have, even though I waited 3 hours, there's a lot of stuff going on. I just want to emphasize item number 59. I'm sure you all have reviewed it. City staff are coming back to you with a presentation about what they heard from you last time the comprehensive plan was presented to you and what their responses to that are. I'm not getting what I want in this comprehensive plan. I would go much further than what staff is doing. However, I think it's so important that we make some progress. We're not going to find a perfect balance between parochial neighborhood interests and affordable housing. We're not. But we need to move forward. So I would just advocate today for you to listen, to understand what's being proposed, to be humble and acknowledge that you are not policy experts on affordable housing. And if you're delegating that to people who are, you should listen to them. They could go further. If you want them to go further, ask them to, because they can. They haven't gone further because of what you have given them as feedback. So I'll just leave it at that. I do think it's worth mentioning, I won't even talk about policy, you know, I'll talk for 2 hours about that. Resolution 568 is interesting to me. I think that if that had been followed through on, there would be some different voices in this comprehensive plan discussion because you can't separate, you know, the history of our segregated community and land use policy. And this is a big year to make a difference on that. So if that's something that does matter to you, if the NAACP has made an impression on you today, consider how that discussion would have impacted the comprehensive plan discussion that will be ongoing for the next 8 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Now, good afternoon, Council. Robin Lockett. I was prepared to speak about the curfew, and I still am, but I have several other things I want to say, so let me get with it. Thank you for holding off on the curfew. But again, as I've been saying from the start, it has to go so much further. There has to be a collective table created, that you call it a commission, community, but community and parents have to be involved in it. If we're really going to, with the timeline, right? You can't resolve everything at one time. So creating a map, let it be another comprehensive plan, but there has to be a map created to resolve this. Programs are identified, right? We have the Boys and Girls Club. Someone was telling me the other day that the Boys and Girls Club over in the Fishbowl, you know, it has the basketball courts and so forth, but it's locked up. When they close those doors after daily, there's nowhere, the playground is not accessible to the kids in that neighborhood. The basketball court is not accessible to those kids in those neighborhoods. So maybe instead of just identifying that we have all these programs available, really look at the programs that are in place and see how they're working. Take that initiative. See how they're working. See if they're really working. Because during that meeting, the chief outlined a whole lot of stuff that was in existence right now. But with that, we're still having this problem. right? But it's more than programs. And I agree with someone earlier. I don't want to just see basketball, football, and so forth. Allow our kids to experience what other kids experience throughout Tampa. East Tampa and the Black community should not get any less or be thought of any differently. There was a lot of emotional testimony or experiences identified this morning. You know, when I was listening to the different people come up, I said, you know what? Government creates the separation with people because they give this illusion that not even illusion, they give support to, they jump at different things with other cultures. It was Black and Hispanics, you know, there's friction there. And even with the Palestinians coming here, you guys openly support one culture and won't support everybody. You know, and that's wrong. You create these barriers with people that is nonsense. Unity, Blacks are coming and they're supporting Palestinians. Ceasefire. That's what they're asking for, a ceasefire. But you bring the Jewish community up and you give them an award. And I was there when you gave the award. So, you know, just all in fairness and equality or equity, it should be done the same.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Pointer, and then, ma'am, you will be the final speaker.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm trying to figure out why the city or the CRA needs to pay for staffing at Ybor parking lots. So I just want to get that out of the way. Neighborhood input is important. Number 25, 45, 46. We've got multiple Ybor items today, number 49, number 55. All of those really, really are important to the neighbors or they wouldn't be here. I think the key term that nobody has brought up is a young adult safety plan. We don't call it youth because they are young adults. If you buy a book for kids that age, they're young adults. So let's call them what they are. We need to have a safe place system in the city of Tampa, not just the county. We need to have the ability to structure for them. The agenda items without supporting documentation, there were 4 or 5 when I read the agenda on Thursday, or when I read the agenda Sunday. The comp plan, I have to agree with my buddy Nathan. You know, I'm not going to be happy with it. Sandy's not going to be happy with it. Nobody's going to be totally happy with it, but there's a whole lot of good stuff to live there. My problem with the transportation emphasis corridor, which is the blue lines that you saw on the maps if you looked at them, is that when they build on those corridors, they need to be stacked down to the neighborhoods, just like Councilwoman Hurtak mentioned during the Funland hearing, that it should be stacked down to the neighborhoods. You can build 12 stories high on Dale Mabry, but by the time you get to the neighborhood streets, it should be lower. You shouldn't be shadowing anybody's house in order to build something. Density in the right places. Again, Carol Ann has brought this in front of you 10 times at least, that there's only been 1% growth in the university district. Why? Why are we not building anything there? Why are we not focusing on the areas that need the density, that want the density, that would embrace the density? That needs to be. And you know what? If they're going to short parking, they need to be paying into a public transportation impact fee. Public safety impact fee, please, today, make a motion to take the next step. Let's not talk about it anymore. Make the motion. Until council says, go to the next step, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen unless somebody makes a motion and pushes it forward. It was here in front of this council in August of 21. It came back in October. And I love Chief Bennett, everybody knows that, but he said, no, we don't really need it. And here we are 2 years later, we haven't even started the process. So, you know, we've got to move forward with this stuff. You know what, I'm done.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day. I'll be back.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name. You will be the final speaker, and then we'll continue with the agenda.
Thank you. My name is Denise Marrero. I'm a community organizer with Faith in Florida, and I just wanted to take a minute to thank the members of City Council for pausing on the ordinance with respect to the youth curfew. I am a relatively new resident to Hillsborough County, but I'm originally from New Jersey. And I'm very familiar with cities, obviously, like Tampa, because I'm from Camden City, where we dealt with these particularly interesting challenges, with the heart of those challenges being how do we keep our children safe. What we found out is that, we can take a look at the holistic aspect of the community and how we create a space to bring them together. Faith leaders, community leaders, youth, coming up with solutions, and frankly, leveraging the funding. The $280,000 is a great start, but we have to leverage those funds possibly with federal grants that are coming through the U.S. Department of Law, the U.S. DOJ, Office of Juvenile Justice. There are ways to come up with incredible solutions, but every federal grant that I've worked on in my entire life doing this level of work does not work unless you bring the community together. So I would encourage you to continue to open and create spaces for the community. At Faith in Florida, we honestly believe that those who are directly impacted are the ones closest to the solution. We can find a solution together, a long-standing solution that will be equitable, that will be fair, where we can leverage city taxpayer dollars as well as federal taxpayer dollars, because it is our money after all. I have a tremendous amount of faith that I know we can come together and have these interesting and difficult and challenging conversations to come up with really amazing solutions. I have to have that faith because I believe in our children and I believe in our communities. Secondly, I think that the ordinance around race reconciliation is a wonderful opportunity if someone would just pick it up and move forward with it. We are one. We want to be one in this community. We want to bring folks together, but we need to start dealing with these intractable issues and create those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. Folks, I would like to do number 5, which should be quick. I'd like to go to the consent agenda. We have a continuous request for 41, and then we'll break for lunch. Is there anybody here that's going to present on item number 5? This is a PowerPoint for a historic designation. If there's nobody here, we can push it off until later. I know it's gone long this morning. Is there?
Yep. Yeah.
Chairman, I'm online.
Oh, you're there? There you go. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Ron Vila. I'm with Historic Preservation. If we could go to the PowerPoint, please.
Okay, we see it. Go ahead, sir.
That's not the right PowerPoint.
Wait, oh, yeah, different one.
While they're fixing that, we can approve some.
Yeah, we can. Chairman Vieira, for the Public Safety Committee, would you mind moving 6 and 7?
Yes, sir. I move 6 and 7.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, 8 through 12.
Yes, Chair, I move Parks and Recreation Cultural Committee, items 8 through 12.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Hurtak, 13.
Items number 13 through, I move items number 13 through 19.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, 20 and 21.
Finance, item 2021, I move.
All right, motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, 22 through 34.
I move 22 through 34.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, 35 through 37.
I move items 35, 36, and 37.
We have a motion through Councilmember Clendenin with a motion, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Who would like to
Move
set
items
these? All right.
38 and 39 to be set for review hearings. One, number 38, on April the 4th, 2024, at 10 a.m. at the address here at City Hall. And the other one is 39, petition for review, also at that hearing for March the 28th, 2024, at 10 a.m.
All right, and we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I still don't see the correct presentation, so can we get a motion to continue item 41? Oh, I'm sorry, move to withdraw item 41. So motion from Councilmember Miranda, second Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. All right, is the,
I just don't know where the PowerPoint is.
yeah, do we just want to, Mr. Vila, can we bring this up later on today?
At your discretion, yes, sir.
All right, we're going to hear this item number 5 later on this afternoon. We have
We can, yeah, we have to approve
the $6.5 million.
Yeah, no, we can wait till the end. I mean, we don't have staff report for these folks.
Okay.
All right, so, Mr. Avila, we'll see you after lunch sometime. I'll call you up, I'm sorry. We are in
Thank you.
recess until 1:15.
That's fine.
1:15.
1:15, never make it
You want to
back.
do 1:30? Because we have a comedy, so let's do 1:30. Thank you very much. We are in recess.
smells like vinegar. Did I do it? Hey guys, it's Hannah. We are here in Ybor City and we're about to clean grease out of our city sewers. Now let's go fight some crime. All right, Anthony, so what is this truck? What is this? What are we doing?
We're gonna shoot the deck down one line
Okay.
to clean out any grease, debris, and as we pull back and we get close, we'll turn the vac on.
And it's just gonna suck it up. Wow. So this is only 14 days worth of grease right here.
Right.
That's
Then if we don't come, it get be worse. Worse.
Ooh, look at it, it's like bubble. See it?
Right.
And why is it important that we get rid of the grease every 14
Because
days?
if we don't, if it bike up into their restaurant, the city could be liable.
Gross.
There you go. There you go.
Woo!
We're getting ready to dump the liquid off of the truck. That way we can continue working and keep the solids in the bottom of the debris tank.
Makes sense. Let's do it. Whoa! It's happening!
This, I've been doing this for maybe like 7, 8 years.
It's a long
But
time.
I've been with wastewater for 18 years. Somebody got to do it.
You're right. Somebody has to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this. You are definitely an unsung hero of the city. You are fighting grime
Yes,
down
ma'am.
here for sure. I witnessed it firsthand, and we appreciate you. Like you said, someone's got to do it.
Somebody got to do it.
This might be just the grimiest job yet. Did you know that each week our city cleans about 24 dumpsters full of wet wipes and other debris out of our sewers? We are out at the Sulphur Springs pumping station raking our bar screens.
I've been here 20 years. We go around to multiple stations. We manually clean with rakes. The rags consist of everything you can imagine, flushing down the toilet, leaving the hall, anything you can imagine.
Oh,
So
God.
Just be prepared.
Okay.
Unexpected.
Oh my gosh. All right, I think I'm ready. What are some of the things that you find in the screens? I know a lot of wet wipes.
Wet wipes are the main concern.
The wet wipes can be harmful to the screens because if it clogs the flow, then there can be flooding.
It can wrap around the wearing, plug the pumps,
Yeah.
and then the dental floss will actually wrap around that, and then all the other excess rags, it accumulates.
Like a big hairball.
A big hairball.
Would you say of all the city dirty jobs, this is the dirtiest one? This is the grimiest one?
I'd say top it.
We appreciate what you do. Someone has to do it. It's a very, very grimy job.
We keep the city flowing.
Yeah. Literally, you literally keep the city flowing.
It's flowing. And a lot of people don't know all of this because it's underground.
Woo!
You did a good job.
Thank you. I tried really hard, but my arm muscles are not quite there yet. So I'll have to come out here a couple more times for my upper body workouts.
You're always invited.
Oh, great. Okay, I can't wait.
Neighbor? Neighbor?
Plastic bags belong in the trash. Know which recycling program you belong to. Check our recycling rules at tampabayrecycles.org.
Hi there, I am Erica Lee. I am with the City of Tampa in the AmeriCorps Green Team, and we are at McFarland Park today planting some trees.
It feels awesome to be planting trees. We do always need more trees. Our trees are one of the things that sequester carbon and help reduce heat island effect. We need the trees for wildlife and birds and biodiversity and all of these things as well. So the more trees, the more diverse community we have, not just in terms of people, but also our plant and animal life. I think it always feels good to get your hands in the dirt when you know that you're making a difference by being more hands-on and like, I did that. You know, next time I pass by McFarland Park, it's a sense of pride that I've contributed to making my city more sustainable, in particular this community.
This might be just the grimiest job yet. Did you know that each week our city cleans about 24 dumpsters full of wet wipes and other debris out of our sewers? We are out at the Sulphur Springs pumping station raking our bar screens.
I've been here 20 years. We go around to multiple stations. We manually clean with rakes. The rags consist of everything you can imagine, flushing down the toilet, leaving the hall, anything you can imagine.
Oh,
so
God.
Just be prepared.
Okay.
And inspected.
Oh my gosh, all right, I think I'm ready. What are some of the things that you find in the screens? I know a lot of wet wipes.
Wet wipes are the main concern.
The wet wipes can be harmful to the screens because if it clogs the flow, then there can be flooding.
It can wrap around the wear ring, plug the pumps,
Yeah.
and the dental floss will actually wrap around that, and then all the other excess rags, it
creeps.
It accumulates.
Like a big hairball.
A big hairball.
Would you say of all the city dirty jobs, this is the dirtiest one? This is the grimiest one?
I'd say top it.
We appreciate what you do. Someone has to do it. It's a very, very grimy job.
We keep the city flowing.
Yeah, literally, you literally keep the city flowing.
Flowing. And a lot of people don't know all of this because it's underground.
Woo!
You did a good job.
Thank you. I tried really hard, but my arm muscles are not quite there yet. So I'll have to come out here a couple more times for my upper body workouts.
You're always invited.
Oh, great. Okay, I can't wait.
You know, one of the things that I've done since the beginning, I've always taken any opportunity that presented myself to figure out a way to capitalize on that and make myself a better person and to make myself more competent, more able. And what that's done is that's put me in the right place at the right time on many occasions, meaning doors would open up only because I had been paying my dues. I had been working on mastering my movements and being willing to take out the trash, being willing to dig the hole, being willing to, bust up my knuckles and work for almost nothing just so that I could acquire the skill and be in the right place at the right time when that window of opportunity opened. And I think that's a good lesson that it really spans so many disciplines, as you have to put the work in behind the scenes so that you're ready when that magic door does open. My name is Steve Quillian. I own a Wood Window Makeover. Sometimes I go as the general of the artisan army, which is kind of fun. I was born and raised in San Antonio, and I grew up in the trades, starting with foundation repair. I learned high-end finish carpentry and how to frame houses and things like that, and eventually moved to Tampa because my wife is from Tampa, and started knocking doors, finding work to do, and eventually I found a house to flip, and it had these old windows in it, and I started fixing up the windows. I've bought some tools, and I bought some bits and router bits and shapers and this type of stuff, and just went to town experimenting. And pretty soon, I started, making windows. I guess the first ones were kind of rough, but after a while, you start to figure it out, and really the rest is history. It just kind of snowballed from there. I guess like any skill in any discipline, the first thing you do is you have to master a movement. And that movement can be anything. It can be the way that you sharpen your pencil, it can be the way that you chisel a board, and it can be the way that you work out, the way that you do your CrossFit. The first thing you have to do is you have to master a movement. And you have to be intentional about, adding value to yourself. Because every movement that you master becomes yours. You master a movement, you master a sequence of movements. And you intentionally do that. And you're not going to be good at every movement. And some of those movements will point out things that you have to correct about yourself, and you have to get through that. There's going to be gauntlets that you have to go through. As artisans, that's kind of what we do, right? We are always mastering something. Because you got to spend the time doing something anyway, you might as well be mastering something. What's the alternative? The alternative is to do nothing, right? So you might as well be working on something to add value to yourself, so that, whether you're here or whether you're there, you're adding something significant to our culture and to the, to who would be your clients and to the people out there. Window making for me is, it's a romance, but it's also become a vehicle for self-expression. You have these people with these old school windows, in these old houses. Everybody needs their windows worked on, but it's really, really nice to take something that's not just, like a baseboard or crown molding or something like that, but when you're building something functional that people will actually use, they get a lot of, positive emotion out of it. I get a lot of positive emotion out of, providing that for them. So that's really, the romance for me, in window making. It's just such a cool thing, it's got woodworking, it's got engineering, it's got painting in it, it's just so many aspects to the, the artistic nature of it. It's just a really cool way to, express myself. I feel really fortunate that I get to do it.
Owning a home is truly life-changing. My first thoughts initially was, I'm never going to be able to afford a home. With the prices and at the time my salary, I am so grateful to the city of Tampa for making this possible.
Housing affordability is critical to Tampa's success. As we grow, we have got to be able to provide housing that is affordable for our community. The Dare to Own the Dream program, where we provide down payments and mortgage assistance, has made such a difference in so many lives, just like Angela.
I always wanted to have somewhere that, they can, whether it's play in the front yard, play in the backyard, throw football, baseball. And, I didn't think it was going to be possible.
We can't rely on city government alone. We're meeting with developers and other community organizations to ensure they know the value of affordable and workforce housing, and also that they will work with us to provide those units. A great example of that is the Rome Yard. Over 900 units there, over 600 will be affordable. Our infill program, where we provide city-owned lots to developers, and that way they can take the cost of the land off the price of a home. In the next 4 years, we have a very lofty goal of providing 10,000 affordable units, and we are already halfway there.
I'm looking forward to celebrating our first Christmas in our new home. Things like that. making memories, you know, as us as a family in our home.
Hi there, I am Erica Lee. I am with the City of Tampa in the AmeriCorps Green Team, and we are at McFarland Park today planting some trees. It feels awesome to be planting trees. We do always need more trees. Our trees are one of the things that sequester carbon and help reduce heat island effect. We need the trees for wildlife and birds and biodiversity and all of these things as well. So the more trees, the more diverse community we have, not just in terms of people, but also our plant and animal life. I think it always feels good to get your hands in the dirt when you know that you're making a difference by being more hands-on and like, I did that. You know, next time I pass by McFarland Park, it's a sense of pride that I've contributed to making my city more sustainable, in particular this community.
In Tampa, we have national treasures, and this city television station is bringing you documentation about these treasures. Among them are the mutual aid societies. My name is E.J. Salsinas, and it's my pleasure to invite you to a series of these programs that take you right into these mutual aid society buildings. We invite you to join us. The famous mutual aid societies of Tampa were the forerunners of today's HMOs. They saw their start as the 20th century was about to start. Our mutual aid societies are an integral part of Tampa's rich cultural and ethnic diversity that has made our community so unique and contributed to its greatness. They were never socialized medicine. That was the negative title and publicity given the mutual aid societies by the medical society, both locally and nationally. They felt threatened by the concept of cooperative medicine, also called mutualism. Socialized medicine is government-owned and operated with taxpayer dollars. The taxpayer is required and obligated to accept subscription to a government-run national health care. Our mutual aid societies here in Tampa were purely voluntary and totally private money, more like an insurance company. Each member paid weekly or monthly dues, such as $1.50 per month. These organizations were totally locally owned and operated and controlled by its membership with their private funds and pledges, like civic clubs, country clubs, lodges, fraternities, and sororities. In fact, mutual aid societies were much more than health care organizations. They were centers for recreation, sports clubs, education, music, and culture, socializing, networking, as well as comfort and support during hard times and bereavements. The Tampa Mutual Aid Societies serve their membership from cradle to grave. In healthcare, they provided hospitals, walk-in clinics, physicians, nurses, medicines, maternity ward, long-term care, and also cemeteries. Our Tampa Mutual Aid Societies were organized with corporate charters, rules and regulations, and annually elected their presidents and board of directors according to the needs and wishes of their membership and the challenges of the day. The buildings, hospitals, and cemeteries were privately owned. The federal and state governments were not involved. My parents were naturalized American citizens, originally from two different provinces in northern Spain. My father was a member of the Centro Español Club, and my mother was a member of the Centro Asturiano Club. I was born in the maternity ward of the Centro Asturiano Hospital. My parents are buried in the Centro Español Cemetery in Tampa. I'm proud of Tampa's rich diversity and have a lifetime of personal knowledge of our mutual aid societies. In Tampa, besides hospitals and social centers that are still part of our historic landmarks, by the way, are also found 5 historic cemeteries. The following are a brief listing of Tampa's famous mutual aid societies. 1, the Centro Español, the Spanish clubs. 2, the Italian clubs like La Unione Italiana. 3, the Cuban club, El Círculo Cubano. 4, El Centro Asturiano, the Asturian club. 5, the Martí Maceo Club for Afro-Cubans. And lastly, the German-American Club. In chronological sequence and with more details, this is how they evolved.
The Centro Español was a club formed primarily by Spaniards. One of our early members was not Spaniard, he was Peter O'Knight, who was very prominent in the early years of Tampa. A lot of men were single when they came to Tampa. They had no place to go. They lived in rooming houses, and of course some of them died, you know, and that's when the cemeteries were established. Because the Centro Español, the charter was chartered in the state of Florida in the year 1891. The cemetery didn't open until 1904. And the Centro Asturiano, the original organizers of the Centro Asturiano were members of the Centro Español. And they were a group of the members of the Centro Asturiano were interested in having a hospital like they did in Havana, Cuba, which a lot of them came from Havana from Spain to Tampa by way of Havana and lived there. And they couldn't get together on it, so they split and built a hospital of their own, which was on Ola, I believe. And then the first building, the Centro Español building, was built out of the material that was available here, and that was lumber. There were lots of, and that had a fire and burned down. And then that's when they built the brick building that's on 7th Avenue, still standing today. And the same thing happened to Centro Asturiano. They built on Nebraska and 9th Avenue, and that building was burned down, and they built on the same site.
In the late 19th century, the Centro Español, or the Spanish Club, was founded in 1891 and constructed 2 beautiful social centers, one in Ybor City and one in West Tampa, with theaters, ballrooms, library, gym, and casinos.
There were so many members that lived in West Tampa and so many lived in Ybor City that originally the West Tampa people had to go to Ybor City for their social events, and they insisted that they wanted a building in West Tampa. And this is a beautiful building, it's still standing. To me, that's probably the nicest architectural building in West Tampa.
Their impressive 3-story hospital, built in 1906, faced Bayshore Boulevard, just south of Beta Bay, in the vicinity where the Monte Carlo condos are now located. In 1971, a second hospital was built in West Tampa, replacing the original hospital on Bayshore. In 1929, another Spanish mutual aid society for women and children, with its walk-in clinic called La Benéfica Española in Ybor City, merged with the Centro Español for a fourth historic building. You'll be interested to know that the Chinese families employed at the Bayshore Boulevard Centro Español Hospital are buried in the Centro Español Cemetery. The Italian Club, or La Unione Italiana, was founded in 1894 and gave a gorgeous building to Ybor City. Another building in West Tampa called the Sicilian Club, or La Sicilia, was built in 1930. They had theaters, ballrooms, and casinos. Their cemetery is a center of art. The Cuban Club was founded and in 1902 built a beautiful building in Ybor City with theater, casino, ballroom, library, gym, and many of their members are buried in the West Tampa Colón Cemetery, originally called Martí Cemetery. In 1902, the Centro Asturiano was formed by the large presence of Spaniards from the Asturian province in northern Spain. A historic landmark, their outstanding building in Ybor City still hosts many social and educational functions in their theater, elegant ballroom, casino, and library. They too built a modern hospital in 1905 that operated until 1990 on 21st Avenue near Cascaden Park. Their two cemeteries are historic treasures also, and one of them is the burial site of Medal of Honor recipient Marine Lieutenant Baldomero Lopez, hero of the Inchon invasion in the Korean War. The Afro-Cubans in West Tampa and Ybor City also formed their clubs as early as 1896, and by 1907, two different clubs merged as La Unión Martí Maceo. Their two-story building was built in Ybor City with theater, meeting room, a ballroom, and a game room. When urban renewal took that building, that club moved to another location, still functioning in Ybor City today. Lastly, the German-American Club, a magnificent three-story structure, was built in 1908 in Ybor City, 1 block north of the Centro Asturiano building, with a theater, ballroom, gym, meeting and playrooms. At the end of the First World War, the beautiful facility was sold to the Young Men's Hebrew Association. These mutual aid society buildings are designated as National Historic Landmarks, and we are proud of their legacy. My name is E.J. Salsinas, and we will be taking you to each of these clubs and cemeteries in a series of separate programs on this City of Tampa television station. Join us.
It smells like vinegar. Hey guys, it's Hannah. We're here in Ybor City and we're about to clean grease out of our city sewers. Now let's go fight some crime. All right, Anthony, so what is this truck? What is this? What are we doing?
We're gonna shoot the deck down one line.
Okay.
To clean out any grease, debris, and as we pull back and we get close, we'll turn the vac on.
And it's just gonna suck it up. Wow. So this is only 14 days worth of grease right here.
Right.
That's.
Then if we don't come, it get be worse. Worse.
Oh, look at it, it's like bubble. See it?
Right.
And why is it important that we get rid of the grease every 14
Because
days?
if we don't, if it bike up into their restaurant, the city could be liable.
Gross.
There you go. There you go.
Woo!
We're getting ready to dump the liquids off of the truck. That way we can continue working and keep the solids in the bottom of the debris tank.
Makes sense. Let's do it. Whoa! It's happening!
This, I've been doing this for maybe like 7, 8 years.
It's a long
But
time.
I've been with wastewater for 18 years. Somebody got to do it.
You're right. Somebody has to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this. You are definitely an unsung hero of the city. You are fighting grime down
ma'am.
here for sure. I witnessed it firsthand, and we appreciate you. Like you said, someone's got to do it.
Somebody got to do it.
Last year, the city of Tampa picked up about 90,000 cubic yards of debris after a major storm. In this special edition episode of Grime Fighters, we're going to see how they do it. All right, David, so tell me a little bit about what you do here for the city of Tampa.
Right now, we're focusing on clean debris. We asking the customers when they curbside this stuff, try to keep it clean, separate their bags. Always paying attention to overhead. That's one of our big issues sometimes. You know, customer will place stuff underneath trees or beside cars, so that makes the job a little bit more difficult.
What is this machine?
It's mostly used for like heavy stuff.
Is it kind of like a claw machine at the arcade?
It's actually easier, in my opinion.
Wow, okay.
The more experience you get with it, you know, the more familiar you get to the machine.
Yeah, that's fair. You kind of come from a grime fighting family because if anyone's seen any of our episodes before, your dad is actually the person that goes and cleans the graffiti.
Yep. Shout out to my dad. And he's about to retire now. Yeah, he was, like they say, the plug. And since then, you know, it's been a blessing to work for the city of Tampa.
All right, so I want to kind of try out this bad boy. Can I grab some debris?
Yeah, we get to go.
Let's do it. After a storm, everyone wants to go back to normal.
Right.
Like we want our lives back, and part of that is cleanup.
Yep.
And that's where you guys come in. So now that we've picked up all this debris, what happens next? What do we do with all of it?
So the city gives it to another company, which it gives it live, and it becomes mulch.
Okay, so pretty sustainable. This might be the most fun Grime Fighters I've had yet, so I definitely appreciate it. But we appreciate you. We appreciate what you do. Someone has to come out here and do this, especially post-storm. We got to get the city back to where it was. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for this opportunity, and hopefully we can see you out there with us in Sweet.
Oh, yeah, I'll come back out anytime you need me. That call was super fun.
We'll be ready.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I love Tampa, I love my home, I love the state of Florida. Everything we can do to increase the sustainability of our city, the better.
It's critically important that we invest in sustainability and resiliency, not only as it applies to our environment, but as it applies to our neighborhoods as well. We have to ensure that as we grow successfully, that we maintain the vibrancy and the culture of our neighborhoods, the things that have made Tampa the greatest city in the nation. We have just finished our Climate Action and Equity Plan, and we are going to be putting that into motion. And that includes the planting of 30,000 trees by 2030. We also have, through grant funding, the Green Team to do things like cleaning up our neighborhoods, planting trees, and many other positive actions to keep our city clean and green.
When I first learned that the city of Tampa was making a green team, it was really exciting. You can't have a thriving population without thriving nature.
We hired the first sustainability and resiliency officer in the city's history, and he has been very, very busy. He put a group together that came up with a plan called Resilient Tampa. 58 actionable items in there, most of which have been put into action. We're also one of only 2 cities in the nation to own our own waste-to-energy plant. We also bought a litter skimmer, and that is out every day taking litter off of our waterways to ensure that they remain clean.
The more plants we have, the more flowers we have, the more bees we have, the more squirrels. Only good things can happen from increasing sustainability efforts in the city of Tampa.
Hi, I'm Rodney Kite-Powell with the Tampa Bay History Center. I'm here at Oak Lawn Cemetery, one of the most historic parts of the city of Tampa, and also part of the city of Tampa's Soul Walk. Now, Oak Lawn's story goes back to the 1850s, and when it was established, everybody in Tampa who would pass away was buried here. So not just for whites, not just for blacks, it was an overall cemetery for the whole population, though the cemetery was segregated within the walls. I'm standing in the African-American section of Oak Lawn, where the enslaved population would have been buried, but also after the Civil War, where free blacks were buried. So over my shoulder are several marked graves of both enslaved people and free blacks. One of the most significant graves is that of Fortune Taylor, one of the wealthiest African-American women in Tampa. And her section of property that she owned here, the north end of downtown, the south end of Tampa Heights, was actually purchased from her and used to create the beginnings of Tampa Heights. Not buried here, but a little bit to the south in Oak Lawn, are the graves of William and Nancy Ashley. William Ashley was the first city clerk, and Nancy Ashley was actually his slave, but she also was his common law wife. Their relationship was well known and accepted in Tampa. William Ashley was actually buried in the white section when he passed away, but several years later, when Nancy Ashley died, she was buried in his same grave. John Jackson was the executor of the Ashley estate, and he actually put a new headstone marking their shared graves. And that headstone talks about their relationship and how really it should not be judged in the way that it probably was judged at the time. So those are just some of the stories that are here at Oak Lawn Cemetery, and just some of the stories that you'll learn by exploring the City of Tampa's Soul Walk. To learn more, go to tampa.gov/soulwalk.
It was very, very emotional. And if you don't catch yourself, you can go into a dark hole with it.
Blindness is not limiting these days. Every now and then I hear somebody's moved to assisted living because they're visually impaired, and that is just not necessary. Plus it costs so much money. They can do whatever they want to do.
My life could have been totally different if I wasn't in Parks and Recs. I grew up here. I've been here since I was little, so it's like this is literally a second home.
As we all know, it all starts in parks, and Michael is a perfect example of why that is true.
Currently, I work here at Parks and Recs over the summer, and it's given me a different outlook on how you can change a kid's life just by, being there.
The City of Tampa team is here to serve our community. That's why we exist. And it's everything from keeping our neighborhood safe through our amazing police and fire rescue department, to our parks and recreation, to picking up the trash each and every day. Our city team has done a great job of making city services more accessible through things like OpenGov, streamlining the permitting process, and making our parks accessible for everyone in our community. These next 4 years, we are going to focus keenly on our parks and recreation and arts and culture, those things that really speak to the quality of life in a community.
Parks and Rec is definitely is definitely always going to be supportive. Everybody knows everybody, you know. A lot of my friends that went here are literally down the street from me, and we come here. It's like it's a heartbeat. It's a heartbeat. It's where everybody comes to.
Look at the difference between the professional's work and mine. Mine's all streaky, all over the place, but he did say that it's pretty good for my first time.
Hey everyone, it's Hannah. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Crime Fighters.
Today we're doing a super important job. We're actually cleaning graffiti from our city. So let's go see how it works. What is the process like to clean it?
There's two ways.
Okay.
We can paint over, or we can use a chemical remover. Sometimes it takes 5-10 minutes, and sometimes he may be here for an hour. We get it done. It's better if our city is clean, looks clean, and it's important to all of the people.
Absolutely. We live in a beautiful city and we want to keep it clean.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's so satisfying. It's like aesthetically pleasing.
From day to day, you never know what you're gonna get. It's always something different, always on the move, always trying to get it done. And we want people to call in. We don't see it all. We want to get it all.
Of course.
But as it is out there, we need them.
Yeah. Now that I have done it, I can tell you firsthand that this is some hard work. And it's just one guy out here tackling all the graffiti all over the city. So we appreciate him. We appreciate our entire code enforcement team. Next time you're out seeing someone cleaning the graffiti, stop by and say thank you for all that they do. These are our true unsung heroes in the city of Tampa.
Working on this City of Tampa Hannah Ave project in the neighborhood that I actually grew up in the community that I grew up in, that's big, man. Like, I get to make an impact where people from my family can drive around and actually see this building going up. It brings tears to their eyes to see that I actually have the opportunity to go out here and make a difference in the community.
Stephen is a great example of our workforce initiatives. Our workforce is the backbone of our community and really is a key component of Tampa's success. We have to do all that we can to not only provide the skills necessary to get those high-paying jobs, but to connect individuals with jobs that will allow them to reach their potential.
With this workforce development and focus, up and coming with these new models, we're giving people like me more chances to get work.
We have so many programs that are focused on workforce development. We have Tampa Works. They can see the jobs that are available, different transportation solutions to those jobs. They can even find childcare. Our Bridges to Business, helping small businesses get signed on to do business with the city. We also developed the Mayor's Workforce Council, a diverse group of business leaders throughout the community that have developed a strategic plan for our workforce development.
When I was growing up, sometimes I used to think that I would never be in this position. Actually, I'm still amazed that I'm in this position, but I didn't give up. And that's the key to getting to wherever you want to go in life. You cannot give up, because where one door closes, another one will open. So never stop trying.